Yeah, hello everyone and welcome back to the Ultimate Pool USA Kansas City Open. We're here in Side Pockets, Blue Springs, Missouri, Kansas City for a beautiful day of 8-ball action. Stephen James and Stephen Wyatt here. As we were yesterday, and before we get going on today, Steve, we've got to talk a little bit about yesterday. It was pretty special.
Yeah, so I made a comment yesterday that this was Jordan Shepherd's arena, and he showed why this is his arena. Absolutely spectacular performance. Really came out, and for the people that didn't know his name, they do now. He had a great showing. Hats off to everybody in the shootout because there were so many good matches yesterday.
Yeah, there was.
You can't talk how great the shootout was, but Jordan Shepherd, absolutely performance of the day.
Yeah, without doubt, a worthy winner and a first Ultimate Pool USA title for Jordan Shepherd. And he could make it two, of course, by the end of this weekend, because we almost move ourselves on. The shootout is a standalone event. We're now just on the Kansas City Open, which means we have longer matches, we have slightly longer races, a little bit more of a pool purists event, Stephen, I would say. Races to 7, 50 minutes on the match clock, loads of time that for a race to 7. We won't see 15 seconds a shot until we get into that last 10 minutes. So a full 40 minutes at what feels like a very leisurely 30 seconds now after the pace of the shootout.
Yeah, so yesterday was all about the excitement and the drama and just the pressure of everything around you. Today's going to be about playing 8-ball and getting across the finish line. We're not going to see 6-ball shootouts, most likely. We're not going to see that 15-second shot clock a lot. But there's still that little bit of chance that it comes into play, but we have a lot of action coming up today.
We sure do, and we're going to see some great players as well. Let's take a look, in fact, at that order of play, because we've got some brilliant matches up on deck for you. We start off with Tyler Steyer, who's made a bit of a habit of opening up shows for Ultimate Pool USA. He takes on Caden Herback. Chris Melling is then in action against Landon Memberg. We'll see Justin Bergman back and playing against Robert Lopez, and the shootout winner Jordan Shepherd will then take on Robert Geary. And then a couple of really quite tasty matches. Mike Banks Jr. against David Matlock. We'll speak about that in just a moment. And young Sam Henderson taking on the multiple-time women's world champion in English 8-ball, Amy Beecham. I want to talk a little bit about that Mike Banks Jr. and David Matlock match there, Steve, because that's a bit of a local derby. There's a bit of a rivalry there, and it's two fabulous players who know this game, these tables, these conditions inside out. There'll be a few eyes on that one.
Yeah, so David Matlock, highly regarded as the best bar table player in all of America for a very long time. Mike Banks Jr., this is his home. This is where he plays. These are his people. It's just going to be a different dynamic. And David Matlock's also local. So, you know, it's kind of one of those things where if you're local, maybe it's, I like Mike, or, I like David. But it's going to be spectacular. I have a feeling that match is really going to be fireworks because of the locality of the match.
Yeah, I agree. And what about our last match of the afternoon session? A belter. Sam Henderson was one of the stories of yesterday. We talked about the shootout, giving us so many dramatic moments and brilliant memories. Sam Henderson was a big part of that. He ran through to the semi-finals, but the most impressive result that he picked up was that win over Justin Bergman. And he, for those who didn't already know him, he just, for example myself, just showed what a superstar he already is and is going to be.
Well, look, Sam Henderson, they call him Rhino. He runs through opponents. He's got a fan base here, but somebody I'm not too familiar with in Amy Beecham, I don't know a lot about her, but I know her accolades. So I have a feeling that one's going to be one to watch too. I don't know what to expect in that one, but I have a feeling it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think so. I know Amy really, really well. She'll give Sam a game, that is for sure. And that's what we're all about here. We're about putting the best players on the table and seeing if they can survive under the pressure. We'll see plenty of players you might know, we won't know a lot about. That's the nature of an open event. Special chance for these players to get themselves under these bright lights in front of these cameras and take on some of the best in the world on this table. That's what's on the line today. And we better get started because Tyler Steyer is anxiously prowling around the arena ready to break off. So let's not hold him back any longer. Our first match up on deck is ready to rumble after the break.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the grand finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, guys. We have a great match to kick off with you today. It's Tyler Steyer and Caden Herbach. This is going to be a good one. Local player Caden, a junior player, playing Tyler Steyer, who cut his teeth in the junior world. It's going to be a great match. We're glad that you guys have joined us today. Stephen Wyatt, and I'll be joined by Stephen Jameson here in just a moment. And we are off and running. A little bit different format from yesterday. We're running 50-minute match clocks. We do still have the 15-second shot clock if it gets down to that 10-minute mark, but we won't see that a whole lot. And these are races to 7, so a little bit longer on the races, a little bit longer on the match clock. It's definitely going to be a fun time, and this is just day 2. This is really the ramp up to day 3. We'll crown 3 champions tomorrow, but we got to get through this first, and there's a ton of great matches. Stephen Jameson here with me. I'm excited for this one. I really am.
Yeah, I always love watching Tyler play. He's just a world-class pool player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Does all the right things and has been in such good form of late. I'm excited to see how he runs here in Kansas City.
Yes.
And the format for today is an interesting one, because after all the excitement of the shootout, it almost feels like we just hit a little valley on the Saturday and then we ramp up again on the Sunday. But there's still loads to come today. So many good players in action. And as we get later on in the day and into tonight, we'll start seeing some bigger names draw each other in the draw, and a little bit more jeopardy introduced.
Yeah, and so
it's safe to say in our first 5 matches or so of this afternoon that we're going to have some pretty huge favourites and some pretty big dogs. in these matches.
Yeah, so this is not first round because we started first round yesterday, so we're a little ways into the bracket, right? So this is where it starts getting very interesting, and this is where upsets happen and where crazy outcomes tend to just they hang out in this area of the bracket from what I've seen. So it can be interesting, and young Caden Harbach here, unfortunately not able to get to the table, but it's a long race.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's a bit like welcome to high school.
Yeah.
that was a real statement clearance from Tyler Steyer. Just pristine, tidy, clean, always in control, never looked in any danger whatsoever. That was a really nice visit to the table. First up, and Caden Harbach, you can see, is a local player. He's got the Side Pockets Blue Springs logo on his sleeve. This is his yard.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the back of his jersey, but there's a specific reason that they call him Wolverine, and I can only imagine what that reason is. That is his nickname, and I can tell you, I actually played with him last weekend, and he is a very, very good player, and he has a very, very good mindset on the game. He's calm, he's collected, and he just goes out on the table to do his job.
We noticed this as the shootout extended into Friday night, that the table just didn't seem to be breaking too nice. Just in terms of balls going in pockets, there was a lot of dry breaks in that evening session yesterday. So it's going to bring Tyler back to the table. And he's looking at stripes. A little bit of work to do at the bottom of the table. Wonder if there's a potential carom shot that would open up the 10 ball. But this is a challenging visit.
Yeah,
and if Tyler can get these, would really early on here put a real stamp on the match.
It's not easy to get to that ball, but he did it well. Oh, horrible luck there. Ended up almost right back where it was. You know, I had a chance to just briefly chat with Chris Melling last night after the shootout match, and he said early in the day his break was working. He didn't necessarily do anything wrong in the finals. It was just his break. He had a few missed balls that were kind of funny, but it was really just a break. So something that kind of it reminded me of a conversation that you had with Ricky Evans is the table stopped playing like a valley. It's getting harder to break. The pockets are tightening up. So the table is definitely going to be part of the fight today.
No run for Tyler Steyer in that visit. And a good chance then for Caden Harbach to put his marker down in this match. But I say a good chance. It's a chance. It's not a particularly nice one. And you see there from the grimace on Caden's face that that's pretty much his thinking too.
Yeah, not really what he wanted. That was a very, very smart shot with the way he did that.
Yeah, a little combo. Makes both balls, but stays at the table. Clears room into that right side pocket, which he will need.
You know what I love about this so far, Stephen, is the amount of people that are sitting around this arena watching just as much as they can. The people here in Kansas City, specifically Side Pocket Blue Springs, everybody's been so great, and I love the fact that they've come out in droves to watch this match, watch these matches, watch the shootout, watch everything. It's very, very cool to see, your local players playing probably, in a sense, they're heroes. So it's really fun to watch from here.
Yeah, and there's been, you see some of the younger ones there in the crowd as well, but there's definitely been a real sense of, you can tell how passionate this area is for the game. Now, you walk around the club, it seems to always be full, and yeah, they're doing a fantastic job of taking advantage of that appetite and giving the players what they want with a brilliant club to play out of. Tidy shot that from Tyler, and we're hearing the beeps a little bit here. This is a frame that is requiring a little bit of working out.
And I think that's going to be a foul, yeah.
Oh, that's such it's a little unlucky, but it's also a little sloppy there from Caden. He's so close to the rail, he should never be fouling here. Just needs to play it a millimetre more, maybe. He's giving cue ball in hand to Tyler, who is going to bump this 10 ball out, and finally the 10 ball has a pocket it can pot into, and this frame is now wide open, and we expect to see Tyler go 2-0 in front.
Yeah, it took him a few tries, but he's got it available to him, and he's got a really, really good run here. And Tyler took a very, very tough loss yesterday to a absolutely on fire Ricky Evans in the shootout. So I feel like Tyler maybe is coming back with a little bit more juice in his box. He's raring to go, and he wants to win this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. He's a prize fighter. It's the level that Tyler has without being ready to win every single tournament that you play in.
And he's been on a red-hot streak lately. And, of course, he's got that little bit of revenge, too, because, he only just missed hoisting the Louisiana Open trophy by one match, eventually falling to Chris Melling in the finals. Didn't necessarily play bad. Chris just played really good.
Yeah, there you can see that runner-up in the Louisiana Open. Gremlin Cup and Texas Open champion as well, the Wisconsin native. And, yeah, as you say, been on a red-hot streak of late.
Multi-time Moscone Cup player. Multi-time junior champion. I mean, Tyler really is such a great ambassador for the game.
He's so professional.
Yes.
Really, really does show. I mean, it's not the way that Paul necessarily has to be. I love the fact that you get... Oh, that nearly had a ball go in there. It's going to stay dry, though. But I love the fact that in this game we see so many different personalities. You'll see players who have never heard of the word dress shoes in their entire lives, and you'll see players who almost treat themselves as professional athletes.
Yeah.
But what I love is that they can all meet in the middle and see who's the best at playing the game, and there's no guarantees that any way is the right way, but I do love the way that Tyler goes about his business.
So I do want to clarify, I just want to make sure I'm correct here. So I reacted a little bit to the 8-ball almost going in. We're no longer in shootout rules, are we?
We're not in shootout rules, no.
So that 8-ball does not mean anything other than a spotted ball.
Yeah, and on that specific break, it's actually one of my personal least favourite rules in international rules, but if that 8-ball had gone in and it had been the only ball that had gone in, the 8-ball would have been respotted, and it still would have been Caden coming to the table, despite the fact that Tyler has made a ball off the break.
So basically, when that 8-ball spots, if there's still 15 on the table, even though the 8-ball went in, it would change turns.
Yes, correct.
As long as there's 15 on the table.
Yeah, correct. I don't love that rule. I think you're not being rewarded for making a ball in the break. I understand why it's in. It's one of those sort of personal preference things. I don't personally love it, but
I could see both sides of it.
Yeah, me too.
But I definitely, as a player, if I make the ball in the break, I want it to still be my shot.
Yeah, my argument is you're not trying to make a solid or a stripe or an 8-ball. You're just trying to make a ball. You get 15 balls who for that one shot are almost politically neutral. You know what I mean?
And it's such a difference from yesterday. You go from winning the rack to possibly passing turn if you don't make anything else. So it's definitely different.
Oh, that couldn't have gone any worse for Caden. That 3 ball is now a big problem for him, where before it wasn't.
And it's very, very hard to tell if the 3 ball can just slink past the 8 ball. I don't think it does, but there's a possibility that it could go in past that 8 ball just a little bit. Now, what do we have here?
Is he going to try and flick it off the 9 maybe?
I don't think he has the angle for it anymore. I think the 14 is just edging him out to be able to cut the right side of the 3 ball. So I'm not sure that shot's in play. A shot that is in play that you guys may not see a whole lot is it's just a 2-rail shot up in the top right-hand corner. And again, it all depends on the angle.
Wasn't too far away. It was a good effort. Is he going to annoy Tyler? Yeah, a little bit. But
that might be the worst spot it could have ended in, especially for Tyler with where the 8 ball is as well.
yeah, it will just elongate the frame a touch. Tyler is still an enormous favourite to win this frame.
He's got the built-in breakout with the 13 ball, but funny things can happen when there's multiple balls that you're touching. Oh, what just happened?
Well, this is what I talked about the advantage. He can afford to miss a ball, and he's not really left much on. There's a case to be made about how it may well benefit him, because Caden's going to have to move this 3 now.
Double kiss, maybe. It wasn't a bad effort. I think really he was just going for the touch on the ball to make sure he didn't give up ball in hand. Tough miss there by Tyler.
Yeah, we did see some questions yesterday coming in on the stream about the equipment we're using here in Kansas City this weekend. We are on Valley tables, but maybe not as you know them. 4-inch pockets here in a custom rig here in the main arena in Kansas City. You can see actually even on the main camera how the rails here extend into the pockets just to tighten them up a little. They played very wide earlier on yesterday, but they are starting to bed in and becoming tougher and tougher.
Yeah, the more the balls roll on the table, the more the felt is no longer as slick as it was yesterday. By Sunday, winning the tournament in any of the divisions, the Open, the Junior, or the Women's, it's going to be a feat on this TV table. It's got to get there. It's got to get there. Well, he didn't give up ball in hand because he caught the rail, but he really left Caden in just a really nasty spot here. There's a flyer of a shot, but it's not the right shot. He just needs to go for the good hit and try not to move the 9 and the 15. I don't hate it, but I'm not in love with it either.
Yeah, it's an interesting lead for him.
Tyler gonna shoot at the duck here, get it out of the way.
Ultimately, Caden's a huge second favourite in this rack because of the fact he's got 1 ball on the table. It makes it so difficult to get yourself any foothold in the rack. And his job really was just to play spoiler and just keep Tyler from winning it as long as he couldn't, and hope something fell his way and maybe he could steal one.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like if you're gonna try to run out, the worst thing in the world you can do is leave yourself just the 1 ball, because then your opponent can literally just play, you know, however they want to. If they've got that ball under control, it really makes it tough to get out of that situation.
Well, I tell you what, has he blocked the 14 here? No, I think he's okay. He's on it.
Got a clean line.
But that just shows how you can still rely on a little bit of hope, because if the 3 ball goes straight in front of the face of the 14 there, Tyler's got a difficult shot to play. But he'd have been very unlucky if that had been the case.
Well, and this isn't very good. Oh, the 10 ball came out just enough because the 11 ball is blocked. Tyler's going to have to take a very steep cut into the side pocket here. There's no bank on.
Yeah, this is... Oh, this is missable.
I don't know what the shot is. I think he's going to try and lay up underneath the 11. But getting in a 1 ball span is so difficult. Oh, no. Oh.
Well, here's your chance, Caden.
And Tyler there, I think he wanted to just come behind the 11, but he got a little bit of a double kiss, I think.
Big chance here for Caden to get that foothold that we talked about into this match. Oh, it was thin.
And being under the lights and in front of the cameras and playing one of the best in the United States by far, that cut gets thinner and thinner the more you look at it.
So Tyler Steyer is indeed going to get out. Not without a little bit of jeopardy in that frame. Rack. If you're watching for the first time today, I'm new on the job in terms of American pool, but we are we're slowly bridging the cultural divide here, Stephen. We're doing wonders for Anglo-American relations here.
Is that what it's called? Yeah, so that was a tough rack for Caden, but
that's where it all went wrong. That shot there.
Yeah,
and it was really there for him, but as soon as that 13 went in front of his ball at the bottom, it just created such a problem for him.
You know what's great though? Do you see how we see the camera shots of Tyler, we see the camera shots of Caden? It's kind of wild to see how closely they are, as far as, in a sense, they're both very stone-faced. They're focused. It's that's a good sign for Caden, that the lights and the crowd and all that, they're not distracting him a whole lot. If he can just get an opportunity, he does have a chance to come back in this. He is a great player. Just needs a ball. We got a ball down. We got multiple balls down. Hold up, cue ball.
Whew. Danger for a second.
He's got an opportunity here. But there's still some work to be done within the rack. Good shot on the 6 ball, takes it down, opens up the 3 and the 1. So this is a really good play here for Caden. I've seen him shoot. I like his chances to be able to clear this rack. Oh, maybe drew it just a little bit too much. It's okay though, because the 1 ball still has a path to the hole. The question is, what's going to happen to the cue ball when it inevitably runs into the 14? He needs it to hold in that same area so he can have a shot at the 7 or the 5. he just barely missed it.
We talked a little bit yesterday about how hardest frame rack to win is the first and the last. And Caden is still yet to get over that hill here in the first match.
Yeah, it's just that it's just getting the ball rolling. If you can get the ball rolling, it helps out quite a bit.
And there's a little bit of room to maneuver in a race to 7. It's not as brutal as yesterday with tight shot clocks and a race to 6. But it needs to happen sooner.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Rather than later as Tyler Steyer fires in the kick shot.
That's a highlight reel shot if I've ever seen one. Beautiful kick. Gets shape on the 14. And it's not an easy shot to kick in, especially with the size of the pockets. Now, they're a little slidey just because of the felt being brand new. But these are 4-inch pockets, so they are quite tight. And they're tightening up. The more it gets played on, the more people that are in the building, it's going to play a little differently throughout the day. Gets a nice little bump there. Yeah, and this is really a good play here from Tyler. Was able to make that kick shot and sends him on his way to where he's at now, shooting the 9 ball. He can either take his medicine and just roll up a little bit, or he can draw out of it. Moving the cue ball is a little risky, but it's going to work out for him. This is why he is Tyler Steyer.
Yeah, quite.
And really given the shot it deserves, he's going to go up 4-0 on Caden. Caden's had his chances, but don't count this young man out. I have seen him play very, very well. A simple opportunity and maybe just a little bit of a boost of confidence can definitely take him a long way.
Yeah, you can see there from Grain Valley, Missouri. Second place in the Junior Nationals only a couple of years ago, and he took 3rd in 2023 too, which shows how consistent and good a young player he is.
Yeah, winning a tournament or placing in a tournament one time, that's phenomenal. Doing it twice, that's a pattern. So really shows his consistency, really shows that he can play very, very well. And that right there, just bumping up against that ball really, really hurt him. And he didn't miss the 1 by much, you know.
Yeah, it just goes to show you've still got to treat every single shot with the respect and the concentration that it needs, because that was a super simple shot to the bottom left corner, and just maybe a little lack of concentration, just gets into the cue ball too much. All of a sudden his next shot is difficult, and it's very, very easy to mess up a rack and 8 ball.
Yeah, especially when you get a break off like that. He does have a little bit of a weird spot here with the 5, but it's an open shot, so all he really has to do is get in a good spot on the table. A really nice little tidbit of information here. Our referee staff, part of the International Referee Organization, they ran a, what would you call it, a qualification event here where players were able to become certified IRO referees and eventually may be able to travel the country refereeing throughout the Ultimate Pool USA organization. So if you're interested in becoming a referee, be on the lookout. If we end up in your area, that may be an opportunity. I know when I was growing up watching some of the great referees, I really wanted to be a ref only because I wanted to be in the arena. But it's a great opportunity, so if you see us coming to your area, make sure you reach out and say, hey, how do I get into that referee class?
A business-like finish so far from Tyler. That's nice.
Yeah, really good control there by Tyler.
Well, when the very best players in the world are on it, they have a really quite annoying habit of making the game look simple, and that's exactly what Tyler is doing here. 5-0 he leads. Caden Herback will be disappointed. Worth pointing out that this Open is double elimination, so it isn't the end of the road for Caden here, but making
Just
his
makes
way
it a
up
little
through that
longer.
loser's side is tough.
Yeah, it just makes it a little bit longer of a ride. Caden again looks very calm, collected, even with the score line where it is. He's really doing okay as far as just concentration, it seems like. I think, again, he just needs a good opportunity at the table. Let your stroke out, kid. Get comfortable. Find that happy medium between the pressure that Tyler's put on you. And a ball goes in. Another ball goes in. It's a pretty rough... It's a pretty rough layout here for Caden. I think I like the solids more for sure, but there's a just really tough ball that's stuck up in there being the 4, and it's really in a bad spot. This is smart here. He's going to slow roll this ball, leave himself a good angle, and kick this out and come right into the 9 ball and the 4 ball. Just need to be mindful of the speed. You don't have to smack this ball hard. Just a good contact. You don't want to risk knocking it back into the pack. It's not what he wanted, but he's going to have a shot. This is Caden's chance to get on the board.
Yeah, it's a pretty presentable one.
And again, this is smart here, Caden, taking his time, calls his extension. Each player does get one extension per rack, and it is very useful when you're really trying to work out the situation that you're in. Still have a 30-second shot clock in play, and I like that shot there. Rather than going for the 4 that was at an angle that he didn't like, he decided to shoot the 6 and adjust the angle to where he liked it a little bit better. Shows good composure there from Caden Herbach. Just needs a good shot on the 3. Me personally, I would have liked a little bit more angle, because I feel like when you try to move the cue ball on shots like this, you can get an undesired effect, but he hit that one very well.
Yeah, cued that beautifully. Really nice shot. It's just about getting the job done.
He played that really well. This could be the start that Caden needs. He's got a long road ahead of him, but getting that first game. Oh, listen to the crowd there, Steven.
Yeah, the smile there. Yeah, I love that. That's really nice to see.
Yeah, the hometown crowd is behind him. Not many times in his life has Tyler Steyer been the bad guy, but it seems like he may not be the favorite in this match as far as the crowd goes.
Yeah, and he would have expected that. I don't think he was under any illusions. But yeah, pleased for Caden just to get on the board, because it would have been very easy from this position to just, you know, just almost take your punishment. Tyler runs out a couple more racks and you go again in the loser's side. But just getting that one rack on the board, getting your hometown people to give you a bit of a ripple, it will just get his juices going. It will fire his confidence up. And look, it's still a long way back. I'm not saying he's all of a sudden going to turn this around and win the match, but he doesn't necessarily need to. He just needs to keep his tournament going, and the best way to do that at this stage is going into the loser's side, but not feeling like you've just been annihilated.
Well, and I'll tell you what, this is not a bad deal here, because Tyler broke dry, and something that somebody taught me a long time ago is there's one thing that you can never have too much of, and that's confidence.
Yeah.
But if you have none, you will play horrible. So that confidence there, that can be the driving force. Caden has an opportunity here. Something I didn't think we'd have to talk about much here is the clock. We're down to almost the 20-minute mark. And if Caden were to win a few of these games, we could definitely see that shot clock come into play. A little tough of a situation here for Caden. Now, what a good shot there. I tell you what, that may have looked simple, but I'd like to see that one again. That was a really, really good shot. The way he drew that cue ball like that, hitting a ball into the side pocket with speed is always a little testy, and he really hit that one well. Still got some work to do. And here we're going to see it here. Just fires it into the side pocket. Now, I'm not sure what his intention was there. I don't know if he wanted to play safe or if he wanted to make the ball, but Tyler's 5 ball is in a really tough spot here now. Yeah, and this is a prime spot to be able to move that 5 ball, and he does get it out. And I'll tell you, this young man, Caden, for being just, I believe, 16 years old.
I don't know what it is about American youngsters, but they seem to make them almost in a lab. They've got such a good temperament.
You know what I think that is? I believe that is the community around. The community around the player. Obviously, Caden has some fans here. These are the people that he plays with on a daily basis that probably teach him things, or some who are maybe even looking up to him because he's so young and so good. So he's amongst the crowd of people that are his, what we like to call our pool family.
Yeah.
Right? So it really is great to see such a young player play with so much respect. Tyler here. And the way Tyler's playing, I think it shows a little bit of respect to Caden, because he knows he can't make a mistake, because this kid will run out on you. Even when he's maybe not having the best match. So Tyler here. This 8 ball away from getting to the hill. And there it is. You know, sometimes, guys, the score doesn't tell the story. This has been a little bit of a back and forth here. But Tyler Steyer on the hill, just making the most of his opportunities at the table and getting those runouts. Caden maybe having a conversation with himself, trying to go back over those all those things that people have taught him, that he's learned over the years. Contending with the pressure some. And he has an opportunity here, a good break here, a ball down. Again, at this point, building the confidence up. That's what Caden needs.
He's starting to find his break, which helps.
Oh,
I say that helps. It helps that he's made a ball, but the lead is not very nice. He's not got a good look here.
yeah, so not something you really want to do a whole lot. But I actually, in this situation, I might play a little bit of a safety shot.
Boo. You gotta let your arm go in this situation. That's exactly what Caden's doing. I wonder if there's a 3-ball plant available to this bottom right. Can you see? Can you see enough of the 7? If you can, it's not a terrible leave.
I'd be worried with how tight the pockets are, that the 9-ball is just on the wrong angle. But I mean, I think this is one of those shots where Caden knows.
Yeah.
We might not be able to see, but Caden knows if it goes or not. So it's really all going to depend on him.
I wonder the pace he played that, whether he was trying to maybe come into that area. But we'll never know.
The good
We don't
news
get to
for
find
him-
out.
The good news for him is the 13 and the 9 are in a really bad spot. So and the entire bracket for our Kansas City Open, if you're interested in following that, finding your favorite player and following their progress to the tournament, can all be found on ultimatepoolusa.com, as well as the women's and the juniors event that we have going on right now as well. We haven't talked about that a whole lot, but there are 32 women competing.
Oh, you're so unlucky. It's such a creative shot from Tyler Steyer. That was really, really clever. But sometimes you are bound to relying on a little bit of luck every now and then, and yeah, that's a tough break for him, because the shot itself was fantastic.
It really was. And now here, Caden needs to build that confidence. He's got an opportunity at the table here. We know for a fact that the 5-12-2 goes. The 2 also goes up in the top left-hand corner, which he's going to play now. So it's really just a matter of getting from ball to ball. He's looking at the 7. I feel like he needs to get rid of the 2 ball now, because he may not have a good angle on it after that. Good shot there. He's just going to take his medicine on his next shot. It's going to be a little tougher. He needs to just bear down and make the ball. It's going to hold somewhat of a natural shape for the 7. And as long as that cue ball can avoid the side pocket and he can see any part of the 7 ball, I like his chances of getting out here. Any part of the 7, there we go.
Yeah, it's a bit of a smelly one. This is a little tricky. 10 ball plays big hit. Just wanting to give himself a shot.
Yeah, and the 8 ball does go in the top left, so if he wanted to just slow roll it, he could do that. Throw it with a little bit of inside. He's going to have a long shot, but it's just simply a matter of touching the ball and putting it in the hole. Watch the cue ball.
The 10 being in his eye line there, I think it just play. You know yourself, it plays on your mind as a player. You can just see it, and automatically the pocket just shrinks even more. I think he might have even had the majority of the pocket to aim at. When the 10's just in that eye line, you can see why he threw that one as wide as he did.
Yeah, it's a situation where you're trying so hard not to put the 10 in that you're actually you're shrinking your aiming size way more than you should. Very unfortunate there, but Caden here with a chance. These are international 8-ball rules. You do not have to call a pocket for the 8-ball, so any pocket's good. Hits it with speed, catches the point of the pocket. He's going to give up ball in hand. But that 15-9 is still not workable for Tyler. He's going to break it out. The tough one on this one is he needs to play the 14 first. Yeah, this isn't what he wanted here. The 15-9 is in a weird spot. He's just going to play safe. He's going to hold up behind those balls. That's a good shot. Caden's got an opportunity here just to kick the 8-ball in. It's not a great shot, but it's an opportunity. Get in there. Oh, wow. That would have been such a good shot.
Yeah, they wanted it. You could hear the crowd wanted it. You could hear Stephen White wanted it as well. It was a great attempt from Caden. This was close. Really, really good go.
Yeah, I think maybe on one of the outside tables that ball's going to fall in.
Cool. One of them just made it for Tyler.
And Tyler here looking to end the match. Caden's just hoping for a chance to extend it. Just one more rack. I don't think it's going to happen, though, Steven.
No.
And we talked about the possibility of getting down to that 15-second shot clock. I believe this will be the last shot where we are on 30.
Always a nice feeling for Tyler to get out of Dodge before the 15-second comes in.
Definitely doesn't want to be forced to make a mistake.
15-second shot clock is now in play.
He's still got work to do. It's a tricky finish this for Tyler. I think he's got to play the 10.
Yeah, I think this here is a
as good as he
fire
can get.
the ball. Yeah, fire the ball in.
Oh, how well played. That's a touch from Tyler Styatt. Brilliant shot. And he gets the job done.
What a great match there by Caden Herbach. I believe he's gained a few fans today, but in the end, Tyler Steyer's experience and strong will of the game is what took him to the win there. Played very, very well, and he will move on. Don't worry, though, if you're a Caden Herbach fan, he's still in. It is double elimination. This is fantastic. We have so much action coming up.
We certainly do, and before we get into our next match, however, we will hear from the man himself, Tyler Styatt, to hear what he made of that match. Do stay with us, folks.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, folks, inside the arena with Tyler Steyr, fresh off his win there against Caden Herbach. And Tyler, a professional job by yourself there, but the kid pushed you a little bit and made you just think a couple of times.
Yeah, and you can tell he knows what he's doing. He's a solid player, but the TV table's a little bit different. For those of you that have never played on one, it just plays like the cue ball's half as heavy as it's supposed to be, because all your draw shots, they come flying back. All your follow shots, they take off. So you could tell he was a little surprised, by a couple of the shots, and Eric was yesterday. So you can tell if someone's played on one by not, just by a couple of facial expressions that they have after a couple of shots they play. But yeah, I mean, you can tell he's a good player. He has good patterns, but his cue ball was just a little out of sorts today.
Yeah, and I bet you were quite relieved, just judging by the reaction of the crowd when he won his first frame, that he didn't get off to a good start against you, because it could have been a bit of an away crowd for you there.
Yeah,
very partisan.
One, all the juniors that you watch play, you always know they play better than what Fargo could say or something like that, because they're practicing so much that the ranking system can't really keep up with how much they're improving, because kids are just playing all the time. That's all they want to do. So you definitely have to be careful, make sure you don't make too many mistakes, and just try to capitalize on theirs.
Yeah, and for you, you've been in such fantastic form recently. You must be feeling pretty good coming into this event. Obviously, the shootout can fall one way or the other. That's just how those games go. But generally, you're feeling good this weekend?
It just comes down to the break. Like, I think I had 3 or 4 dry breaks yesterday, and you can't do that, especially against a player like him. So you just have to make balls on the break and then go from there. If you get nice layouts, that's one thing, but like just making a ball on the break, I don't care what the layout looks like. I just want to stay at the table, you know.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's frustrating when you don't.
Yeah, and we saw you have to. It wasn't a particularly nice match in terms of loads of open finishes. There was quite a lot of work to do there, and I think there was a couple of frames where you really just showed your quality. Is that how you saw it?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit tougher to control the cue ball, so you just have to play. You can't play those little cutesy runouts that you might play on a, where you're more comfortable. So you just have to play a little bit more conservative, I guess you could say.
Yeah, got the job done though, and you are into the next round of the Kansas City Open. So congratulations, Tyler. And our next match is up on deck. Christopher Melling is in action, fresh off the back of a shootout final yesterday. And do stay with us because that match is next.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, everybody. Kansas City Open continues. And Chris Melling is in the house. Opening break is a good one, too, for the Magician. Who has himself young Landon Memberg.
And I don't know much about Landon, but if he's anything like some of the other younger players in this area, and he must play pretty decent. Chris here, coming off a shootout runner-up against Jordan Shepard, who really played immaculate. We'll get to see Jordan Shepard a little bit later on in the afternoon session. But right now, the Magician is ready to go to work. And he's really doing just that.
Yeah, just judging his cue ball here. And he's judged that pretty perfectly. Now I am sure Landon will have known he was in for a very, very tough game before he showed up to the arena today. But if he didn't know or was under some illusions, well, he knows now.
Well, and I'd be willing to bet that referee Scott Price has got to be beaming drawing this assignment because Chris Melling simply doesn't waste any time shooting the balls into the hole. This may be a short assignment for Scott. And Landon just wants an opportunity at the table. He's going to get one. Just a second. Needs to make the most of it.
Yeah, you heard from Tyler Steyer a moment ago, and he said the breaks, the biggest thing for him. And I think Chris here would probably agree that was a bone of contention for him yesterday in the shootout final, where he came up short against Jordan Shepard. But Chris's mentality is very strong. He said in his interview, you know, there was a couple of things that went wrong for me there, but ultimately I didn't get 6 chances to win. How can I expect to win when I didn't have the opportunities to do so? So he finds himself at peace in that sense quite easily. As Landon hits one of those strange cut breaks, which happens every now and then in 8-ball, where you break them, they all come out, and they all hug it back in.
It was very awkward here because everything moved out to a side rail and just came back in. I don't think I've ever seen a break where there's no balls on the left side of the table.
Yeah, the cut break can produce some funny results sometimes.
That's not a bad shot there by Landon. Really forcing Chris to kind of play another safety back because the table is still open. And it's kind of interesting. We're into a safety battle early on.
Yeah, even Chris Melling, the uber aggressive Chris Melling, is not going to push the boat out here and make the game easy.
Well, and Landon opting for another safety attempt almost went wrong, but ended up putting Chris again in a tight spot. This is very interesting. It's not very often you see a game of 8-ball played where each player comes to the table multiple times and the table's still open. Well, it's not anymore. Made a great shot there. Didn't get very very much reward for it. It's going to have a tough bank here. It just didn't work out for him. And Chris with an opening shot here. A couple different options. I imagine the option he wants is the one to the side. And took no time deciding that. He's off to the races on this one.
Yeah, the deck is stacked against Landon Menberg here, I think it's fair to say. We saw it with Caden in the first match against Tyler Steyer. Tyler was, I mean, Tyler always speaks well, but I thought the words that he said there were really interesting, where he said, you know, I can tell he's a good player, I can tell his patterns are good, but I can also tell that the table is really difficult for him. He's not used to it, and his cue ball isn't doing what he wants it to do. And when you combine that with being behind the 8-ball early, being 2 or 3 frames down, the first rack is always hard to win. It just piles on you very, very quickly, and you find yourself rapidly treading water and struggling to hold your head above the surface.
You know, you're exactly right. And something else that we haven't really mentioned much, a lot of these players are watching the TV table, but not really getting a chance to play on it. Chris has played 4 matches now. Tyler had played multiple matches on this table, so they got a little bit of experience of how the table's going to roll. And unfortunately for the other 2 players so far, they haven't really had a chance to play on it much. Took them a little bit of time to get ready, you know.
So the accolades there of the Magician, a 2-time world champion in English 8-ball, 6 times an Ultimate Pool Pro champion over in the UK too. Doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of what he's achieved in his storied career.
And the accolade that most Americans are going to know of Chris is not only his viral moments, which we actually just saw one at the Masters, but
I think we saw one last night as well in the shootout semi-final.
We did. But the one that most Americans are going to know is that MVP for the Moscone Cup, which, again, only a handful of players have been given that accolade, and Chris is one of them. Landon here is going to get an opportunity at the table, takes the solids. He's got some work to do. Yeah, just he looked a little quick on that one. And that's something that on this table in this environment, you really need to make sure that your shot is set and all of your mechanics are solid, because this table isn't going to give anything to you. You're going to have to work for it. Just like that one, Chris taking a shot there that you wouldn't normally see Chris miss, but again, just maybe not taking as much time as he should have on that one. Landon really swung for the fences there, makes the ball, moves the balls out. That was a pretty good shot there. something that I really like here, even though it didn't really work out for him. Landon taking his time to survey the table before each shot, because things do change. The runs don't always go the way you want them to. So he's mindful of the shot clock, but also really taking his time and surveying the table.
Oh, you can see the shirt on Landon's back, known as being fearless. He's got to be pretty fearless in this visit to the table. Mate could look to play the combo here, but the 11 rather, is right on the side of the pocket, which makes it difficult.
I really like him following this ball in. He just needs to hit just slightly on the side. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
It's a great shot.
Now one good shot into the side pocket away. Being pretty home and hosed here, Landon Memberg.
You know, those shots, being able to follow ball in the pocket, I think they're underrated for how difficult they can be.
Oh, absolutely.
He played it really well. And his chance to say, at the very least, I got a rack on Chris Melling is right here.
Yeah, that's how you start. First rack is always the hardest. And Landon Memberg is on the board against Chris Melling. This is what we've got to come over the course of this afternoon session. We've already seen Tyler Steyer take out Caden Herbach, and now we'll see Chris Melling against Landon. Justin Bergman is up next. He takes on Robert Lopez. The shootout champion from yesterday, Jordan Shepherd, is back in action, taking on Roger Geary. And then a couple of great matches to round out the afternoon. Mike Banks Jr. and David Matlock in something of a Missouri derby. And then Sam Henderson and Amy Beecham square off. Sam Henderson, the 17-year-old starlet, against one of the women's game's finest, at least in English 8-ball. Amy experimenting with some American stuff this weekend.
And guys, these matches are absolutely rolling. We're running this what we would call shotgun style. There's not going to be many breaks in between. They're going to roll and they're going to keep going, so you don't want to miss any of the action. I would not suggest going too far from wherever you're watching, because these will be non-stop through this afternoon session. A lot of good matches. I really am interested to see how Amy gets used to these tables, and she's got a tough match in Rhino, Sam Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Sam I think will be a pretty sizable favourite for that one, but it's a banana skin of a match for him. Amy's a brilliant potter, and I think on these tables those attributes are helped, because naturally she's very, very aggressive, and sometimes her weakness can be being too aggressive. But I think this equipment will help that a little bit.
I got a chance to chat with her and her, what we would call her road dog for this trip. I believe it's Ashley Dinsmore.
It is
correct?
Indeed, yeah.
Ashley from Ireland plays on the North Ireland women's team. Both really good players, and they both are really enjoying being here. They came in a little early and they were practicing, and they're just really enjoying the setting and the way this tournament works. So
yeah, and it's something that I myself have experienced this week. Is it's culturally such a different sport in our two great nations, and it's such a fun experience for us Brits to come over and sample some of the great American pool culture. And I can only speak for myself, but I think a lot of people have shared that sentiment this week. Amy and Ashley certainly being two of them. They've had a lot of fun so far, as Landon has himself a bank shot here to square things up.
And this is a tough ask when a table slides because felt is new and the pockets are a little tighter. Bank shots can become extremely difficult. And I think that might be something that happened there. Just a little bit of a slide off the bank.
All right, set your stopwatches.
Yeah, Chris is going to take no time here with the open table. If you missed the interview last night with Stephen here and Chris Melling, Chris openly said that when he gets an open table like this, he does tend to speed around the table. He likes to be the bully, right? Maybe a little bit of intimidation factor, making it look so easy.
And he's able to do that because his patterns are very, very quick. That was a 35-second clearance, if you were wondering.
That's insane.
One shot clock and 5 seconds. Or inside one shot clock and an extension.
Yeah. Well, we haven't talked about it too much. I know you've been here for several days. You've gotten a full dose of the American culture. We went to a Kansas City Royals baseball game.
Go Royals.
We ate at a Waffle House this morning.
Yeah, if you're wondering why I sound a little bit flat this morning, I think that's a little part to do with it.
Waffle House is a staple, come on.
Yeah, staple being the word, but I walked in there, I struggled to walk out again.
What's been your favorite part of this trip so far?
That's a really good question. It's a brilliant break from Chris. I love going to the ball game. Really enjoyed that. But that's more of like a, I did a thing and I liked it. The favourite part of the trip has just been the hospitality of everyone here in Blue Springs. It's been so nice. We've been so well taken care of. Bill and the team here at Side Pockets could not do enough for you. It's been an absolute pleasure to be in their company over the last 3 or 4 days, and it'll be a wrench to leave on Monday morning. And
oh wow!
Well, I'm gonna stop with my little story there because that's enough to stop anyone in their tracks. A miss like that from Mr. Melling does not come around too often, and Landon Memberg here is being kept in this game.
Yeah, that was a very uncharacteristic miss by Chris. Landon getting an opportunity to show a little bit of his chops because he has an open table. Looked pretty similar to what Chris had last rack. Look at this. Oh, a little too far for the 2-ball. That could have come out really good. Yeah, I think we dropped the ball this morning because Bill announced last night 8 a.m. and they would be serving breakfast this morning, and we did not partake in that. Yeah, I feel like I dropped the ball on that one.
Don't get me wrong, it was nice to experience a Waffle House. It was catching chairs, got the whole experience.
Oh, yeah.
This is the shot here for Landon. If he makes this one right, he's out.
This is a shot that you don't see in English pool very much. It's kind of a stun forward. Did it work out for him at all? I don't think it did.
No, I don't think so.
I think he was a little quick on that one. Needed to stun the ball forward and got a little bit too much on it.
Well, it's a strange one because it's a very familiar shot in England, but it's not on an English pool table. You can't do it with a cue ball.
Yeah.
But in snooker, a stun run through is a staple of the game, really, and it's always the biggest thing that catches the snooker players out when they play English pool is that the cue ball reacts completely differently, and one of their staple shots is taken out of their armory.
And something we didn't see any of yesterday with a 6-ball shootout, but just to touch on that a little bit, the cue ball in English 8-ball pool is actually a little smaller than the object ball.
It's quite a bit smaller, I'd say. Yeah, it's a really noticeable size change.
So when it comes to that 6-ball shootout, the reaction of the cue ball is quite a bit different. So any of the UK players that have come over, and there's actually quite a few that have come over for this event, if they found themselves in a 6-ball shootout, it would be a very different experience for them It's definitely not what they're used to.
Yeah, there's a real... That gap, I think, is closing with the experience of some of our players, especially the ones that, you know, regularly make the trip. I mean, Chris Melling has played American pool for a very, very long time. He's so used to switching the codes now, it almost doesn't really seem to have an effect on him. But someone like Jordan Shepherd, who won the shootout yesterday, he was joking that he won the shootout with playing one drawback shot the entire tournament because he was just struggling to execute it. It's just not something he's used to with the equipment that he was using. Even borrowed your shaft for the day.
Yeah, had a cue that he could shoot with, but the shaft was just a little bit too big. So he borrowed mine, and mine's a little bit smaller. And clearly it worked out for him. Funny, I haven't seen him today. Yeah, he told me he would buy me dinner, but haven't seen him yet.
He'll be good for that, don't you worry.
Yeah, I would expect it. Jordan Shepherd, absolute class character, taking down Chris last night. But the story here, Chris Melling absolutely running through this rack. It's not even moving fast. It's almost like, you know what, the only way I can explain this is Chris is somewhat like a waterfall. He never stops moving.
Yeah,
but
perpetual motion, isn't it?
It looks like maybe he stops a few times, but he never actually stops moving. It's just a beautiful flow from one shot to the next.
Yeah, it's a great way of describing it. And he goes 5-1 in front there in next to no time. And that moment for Landon, where he had that bank shot for 2-2, doesn't feel that long ago, but on the scoreboard, it's a lifetime ago.
The swing
2-2 potential to 5-1 down.
Yeah, the swing was really rough there. And you see Landon, he looks calm. He looks very collected. He doesn't look overly nervous. But unfortunately, just the opportunities he's had, whether by the table or a misshaped shot, they just haven't been great.
Chris back on his break, opting for the cut this time around. Players are still just trying to figure out their best method on this table.
And Chris has got a great shot here. He's just going to play the 7 off the 11, which is going to move the 5. Well, it should have moved the 5 ball out, but it did not. Not sure what happened there. He's going to do it right here. Chris absolutely just flying. He's so smooth. Well, if there was ever any fear of Chris having to deal with that 15-second shot clock, I think this one may... Oh, wow. What am I doing, Steven?
Well, I'm amazed to see him miss that 8 ball.
I don't even believe in the curse, but I feel like I caused that one. A very, very routine 8 ball by Chris Melling there. Oh no, he's gotten really close to his work here. This 9-14 is in a bad spot. Wow, well, maybe not the way he intended, but it doesn't matter. Now, let me ask you this. In this situation, obviously the last thing you want to do is play a safety on Chris Melling when it's just the 8 ball, because the guy is the magician for a reason. But, I mean, how do you feel about this shot playing safe? He had an opportunity to shoot the ball. I feel like he could have gotten a better safety.
Yeah, I think if you're going to play safe, you have to do it better. I think that's the key there. Chris can see an edge of this 8-ball. I think he's considering cutting it.
I'd be worried about the scratch in the side because the cut is so deep, but Chris is so good at manipulating the cue ball on these thinner cuts like this.
What's he got for us? He's working something out.
I feel like we're going 2 rails here. I don't know. Is he going 3 rails and coming to the back of it?
Count him.
Oh, no. Oh.
He's just so good at that.
I would have been sick if he'd have made that.
He does it a lot. He because, you know, the nature of how he plays, doesn't take much for him to make a mistake when he's flying around the table and the cue ball just moves a little bit further than he might have wanted, and all of a sudden he finds himself having to pull out that sort of special shot. Oh, and he's going to get away with one.
Oh, and let me tell you that the 3-rail kick on the 8-ball, with how far the 8-ball was away from the pocket, that was impressive just to watch Chris attempt it. And Landon, unfortunately, wasn't able to come out on the good side of that one when he had an opportunity. The intimidation factor of playing somebody like Chris Melling has got to be high up there.
Yeah, it does, and you know, it's a strange one. I think the top players here, they almost seem to start 1 or 2 frames ahead because of their knowledge, their experience. It's not just their ability. Everyone here at the Kansas City Open can play some really good pool, but experience, knowledge, and a little bit of fear factor as well, I'm sure, is a part of it.
Yeah, really needed a ball down there just to stay in it. Chris here having a look because it's not a straightforward out. Not as straightforward as some of the other ones he has. I think he is going to take the 7-ball. Yeah, now everything is opened up off that one shot.
It's a really nice little touch. There's a visitor just comes and lands on the 5-ball there. That's nicely played. Oh, he doesn't seem too happy about it. Has it just ran a fraction far on him? Was he maybe playing on the 1?
Just going to have to cut this one thin. Watch the cue ball.
Yeah, he's judged that one well.
And when you're playing good, you're playing good. He even managed to tie up some of Landon's balls at the top of the table. I think he is going to have to do a little magic, no pun intended, with the cue ball here. Yeah, well, what a shot that is. I'm not sure if he can see everything the way he wants to. He must, because he got down very quickly.
No, he had to turn that. Yeah, he just came up a little short.
Well, when we talk about opportunities, obviously with the score being the way it is, it does make it tougher. But the opportunity here for Landon Minberg is literally in front of him. He has ball in hand and a fairly open table. Landon here just needs to work it out. Little situations like this here is what's hurting Landon, is simply just being able to move this ball around the way he needs to and make his job a little easier. Oh no, and that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And Chris here being on the hill and now winning the set. What a decent showing by Landon Minberg, but in the end it just wasn't able to get it done against the Magician. Really tough match, but again, this is a double elimination situation where Landon is going to go to what we call the B side. His tournament's not over yet.
Yeah, not over for Landon, but very much only just beginning for Chris Melling. Still a long way to go, but he also joins Tyler Steyer in the next round. We'll catch a word with the Magician in just a sec, and Justin Bergman is up after that as well, so do stay with us, folks.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Welcome back, Ultimate Pool USA fans. We are here with Chris Melling. That was a interesting match there with Landon. He played really well. He just didn't get the opportunities and had some little mistakes. What was it like playing Landon?
Yeah, obviously it's great to play the young players in America. I played one of the guys yesterday. I think it was Sam I played yesterday. He played really well, and Landon's a very good player as well. Obviously, I think I intimidated him a little bit during the match. I cleared up quickly when I had chances, and that can happen to anybody. Obviously, as a young kid playing in an arena with a good crowd, you know, table play is completely different to probably any other table he's ever played on. So it's all good experience for him. But yeah, hopefully he gets through in the losers section.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I would be a little intimidated with the way when he missed the ball and you had, I think, 6 or 7 on the table, and you just walked around the table. I don't think you ever stopped. It was all movement. It's a little intimidating the way you run those balls out.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I used to be a lot quicker than I actually am now. I've got a bit of a belly now, so yeah, I'm a little bit slower in my old age, let's say, but that's what I try to do when I play. I try to intimidate my opponents, because not only can you beat them, you know, physically, you can beat them mentally, and that's what happens sometimes. I mean, you watch the snooker sometimes, you watch the American pool, Earl Strickland, he used to do that to a lot of players, and he'd win the match before he started just because of the way he played, and sometimes the way he acted. But yeah, I'm just delighted to get through against a very good opponent.
Well, you looked really comfortable on the table, and as the tournament goes on, you're going to get more comfortable. That's the type of player you are. I've seen you play so many times like that. So at this point, is it just you're trying to keep the train rolling? Are you doing anything different going from this table to maybe out there?
Well, I've only played, most of my matches have been on this table. We played the shootout yesterday and all my matches on this table. Obviously, my first match today has been on this table, so I'm kind of getting used to it. The tough thing for me, and I think a lot of the players, is the break. The refs are struggling to get the balls touching, which it's not their fault, it's just really tough to rack the balls. And obviously, yesterday when I played the shootout, I couldn't make a ball on the break.
Well against Landon there, you looked extremely like you get to a waterfall. The way you were moving your table, you never stopped. You kept shooting, you kept making balls. You're playing phenomenal. You're moving on now. So it's always a good thing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really confident. He's been playing well for probably 30 years.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
All right, welcome back into the Ultimate Pool USA Arena here in Kansas City. Justin Bergman safely through to the next round, and a great performance, Justin, but I want to touch on something first. Looking fantastic. We had a few comments saying, yeah, he's looking good, he's looking casual. There's a bit of a story though, where there's a few things missing from your equipment.
Yeah, I left my clothes at home. All
Turn
my
that
dress
microphone nice
clothes
and
at
high.
home.
It's been.
I dry cleaned them and I put them in the. I was going to take my car, but my dad came, so all my clothes were in my car.
You look great though. That's the main
Thanks.
thing. But the play was great as well, because a 7-0 win is always something to be pleased with. But how pleased were you with the performance as well? The TV table, we always talk about how slick it plays. I know you've been away from this sort of scene for a little while, so has it taken that little bit of adjustment?
Yeah. I mean, the table plays perfect. I just got to get. If you don't break, I'm not gonna be the good player if they're breaking good. So I got to work on my break.
Yeah, and is it improving from yesterday, do you think?
My break?
Yeah.
No. But I didn't hit him good, really. I only hit him good one time. So.
Were you pleased with how you played in the ball? So there's a couple of really nice finishes in there, I thought.
Yeah.
It's been a nice experience so far. I know you're from fairly local to here. How much have you enjoyed your time in Kansas City so far?
Oh man, I love it. It's a great setup. I'll definitely be back.
Well, that's what we like to hear, but still a weekend still to come, still plenty of matches to play, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well played, Justin. We'll see you later on in the competition. And yesterday's shootout winner is coming up for you in just a moment. Jordan Shepard is in action next.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the grand finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
A very warm welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Kansas City Open. Jordan Shepherd in action against Roger Geary here, one of our local favourites. And forgive the outage just for a second there. We've been settling into the commentary box because we've got a special guest commentator, which is fantastic news for sports fans. Joey A joins us in the box here for Roger Geary versus Jordan Shepherd. And Joey, welcome, first of all. Real pleasure to have you with us.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I hope y'all been enjoying these matches with Ultimate Pool USA.
How have you been finding it, Joey? How's Kansas City treating you?
Well, a little rough. I had to play my road dog my first match and lose 7-5. We're about 14 hours away from Kansas City, and we struggled a little bit. We didn't play our best, but we're having a good time. We had a good time at Shreveport. We've been to the first one there in Shreveport, and you know, we've been talking about even going to the next one up in Denver, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's hugely exciting getting these events on and sort of spanning the country. 14 hours is some trip though, and yeah, especially to draw your mate first round.
Yeah, that was a bummer, but I couldn't lose to a nicer guy, Michael Luster. Good luck on your next match.
Well, an interesting first rack here between Roger and Jordan. Jordan comes into this hot, having won the shootout yesterday. A huge achievement for him, especially considering all the circumstances in which he played that tournament. The biggest and most notable one, of course, being this is Jordan's first time playing pool in America and first time using American equipment. And just goes to show how good a player he is that he was able to get the win yesterday. That one jams in the pocket and stays up for Roger. who gets a great opportunity here on the TV table to take on, well, for my money, and I'm sure the reputation will enhance, one of the best players in the world in Jordan Shepherd. But the biggest thing we've noticed so far, I've had quite a few now of these matches which have been sort of heavy favourite, big dog contests, and the start of the match is so key. If you are that big underdog, can you get yourself into the match? Can you win a couple of frames? Maybe just turn the pressure a little bit up on the favourite. So far the favourites have swung through pretty easily, in terms of the scoreboard at least. Roger would love to change that narrative some. He's landed a little bit in between everything here.
Does he let out his stroke? Go 3 rails with the cue and shoot the 8 in the side? Same side as that's a 7 ball.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see him not use, I think it was the 4 that just went down as his 8 ball. That was a touchy shot.
Oh, he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, ended up taking out a nice little route there, did Roger. And for the first time today here in the Kansas City Open, one of the local hometown favourites and big underdogs gets the first frame on the boards. And Jordan had his chance there in that rack as well.
So will the number of races change in the final 32 or the finals?
I think we bump it up in the final. I think we stay race to 7 all the way through. I think it maybe bumps up in the actual grand final itself. I know on the B side, I think the races are a touch shorter.
Yeah, I believe it's a race to 5, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to find yourself in that B side too early.
Most of the players seem to be using that second ball break.
Yeah, this table hasn't been breaking too nicely, I wouldn't say. Seen a lot of dry breaks so far today, and as the day progressed through yesterday evening as well. So Jordan on the solids, and difficult really to pick a problem here. That's a nice little shot. Didn't necessarily have to do that, but had a bit of a free go at bumping into the 10 ball to free the 6. Can't imagine before this weekend you'd have seen too much of Jordan Shepherd. Joey, what have you?
No, I haven't. No.
He's it's nice actually. I've known Jordan a very long time. It's amazing to see him get the sort of recognition, if you like, from such a huge pool community as we have here in the US, who completely fairly enough haven't heard too much of him, but he is a truly special talent. He's just running a little bit awkward here, though.
A little work here.
His issue isn't the 3, it's the 7. And he lined it up to make sure he could get exactly here, and he would therefore be okay, and he could get through nicely. He's a pretty unique guy, is Jordan. His strengths are all in his game. He's a good potter. He's got great patterns. You know, he controls the cue ball well, at least when he feels like he knows what it's going to do. But his real special ability is the flow that he gets into around the table. As we take a look here at some of the results that have come in from winners round 1 here at the Kansas City Open. I've seen a few of the matches on the stream so far today as well. Joe Prince with a big win there over Shane Thompson. That's one that jumps immediately off the page to me. Cleve Thompson safely through. Jeff Taylor through a 7-6 win. Chase Stemfall safely into the next round as well.
That's a head ball break.
Yeah, Jordan's he's fickle with his break. He often chops and changes, even throughout a match. As soon as one deserts him, he wastes no time whatsoever in moving the cue ball and changing it up. Be interested to see how he goes today. Late night last night for him. He finished late. I know he stuck around a little while here at Side Pockets for some celebrations, and I don't think it was too long until he was offered some action as well around the other tables. He was a busy boy.
I noticed that a lot of the European players that play 8-ball, they shoot at a little quicker pace than most of the American players.
He was just trying to get a little cute with the cue ball there.
The dreaded side pockets for valley tables.
Yeah, their reputation precedes them.
True enough.
Yeah, he was just trying to, you'll see this again here, he's trying to put it right in the right side of the pocket just to hold the cue ball. And yeah, surprised to see it miss, mind. A bit of a jarring one.
Maybe a little collision-induced throw on that one.
But yeah, to your point about the European pace of the game, I think that's broadly true, but I think Jordan Shepherd is as far to one side of that scale as you could possibly go.
Oh, he's quick.
One of the best things I've ever watched on a pool table was in the UK. Jordan Shepherd was playing in a shootout. It's the same format as we saw last night. This was just a good 4 or 5 years ago now, and he found himself 2 frames down with 5 minutes left on the clock. He won the match.
Wow.
And get this, Joey, back then in shootout rules, the clock didn't stop for the racking of the balls.
Whoa. that's a quick pace there.
Yeah, if you ever get the chance. Oh no. Oh, that's a disaster for Roger. Well, it's one thing not getting out, but it's another thing making the 8-ball.
Brutal. Very brutal.
Oh, that's such a tough kicking off as well. That really is brutal. It's one of those that, if you're not careful, can really just completely derail you in a match like this. But yeah, for those of you watching on YouTube and you're already on the site, I'd recommend just searching in Jordan Shepherd Shootout, and I'm sure it'll come up. It's had plenty of views. It's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen on a pool table. When he gets in the zone, he can... It's like he's got jet engines in his shoes. The good thing for Roger is after that, I'll wait till it's going to come up dry for him. The good news is, at least he gets the break to try and put things back on the right track, but it's not just raining for Roger at the moment, it's pouring. Stripes the set for Jordan here. The 11's an interesting one. Just needs to find a way to land on it. Doesn't go to what you might think is its obvious pocket. Bumps the 8 ball out, that's nice. The enough angle now just to punch across the table. He'd love to be able to. Just slipped on him. Just skidded on him. And you can tell by his reaction around the table that's the sort of error that players who are really used to these conditions and equipment won't really make. Now he's got to find a real good recovery shot, and he has.
Anyone that wears glasses and uses as an excuse for not playing pool well should watch this fellow.
Yeah, that's my usual excuse. Jordan Shepherd goes 3-1 in front. That was a bit of a tasty finish in the end from Sheppy, purely because he made a bit of an error. But he recovered the situation really, really well. But yeah, we have the over in the UK. There was the famous snooker player Dennis Taylor, who had the big glasses that went halfway up his forehead, purely to play snooker and cue sports, and they're fairly popular, I'd say, in the UK for those who wear the specs, like myself. But Jordan's never ever been one to do that. It's just completely natural for him. He's just got used to it.
Never wears contacts?
No, never seen it. Don't think he enjoys it, and I sympathise with that because I'm one of those who's absolutely not a contacts guy.
One of the unique things about the break is if the cue ball flies off the table on the break, the player has it's a different set of rules here in America. Most of the pool leagues and rules here say that you can shoot any ball on the table, but the cue ball has to be behind the line, behind the head string. It has to be in the kitchen. But here in Ultimate Pool, you can just shoot any ball anywhere on the table. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely correct. So the break's an interesting one. If you scratch off the break, it's obviously a foul, but it's cue ball in the kitchen. You can shoot any direction.
That makes a larger penalty for a poor break.
It does, but the largest penalty for a really poor break, when you go off the table, is cue ball in hand anywhere on the table. It's a standard foul essentially.
At any time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the break is obvious. It's the most important shot in the game. Is the break in 8-ball? It absolutely is. But it's one of the things that we've seen a lot in the past day and a half. Is I haven't seen too many scratches. Players are controlling the cue ball well. They're not necessarily hitting a bad break, but just struggling to get any action going in the pockets.
I think it's a little more difficult to scratch in the side pocket on the valley tables than on the diamond table, so that might have a little factor built in there.
Jordan Shepherd has got a lot of work in this rack if he's to get out here from here, and he's so far into it now. That's what he's got to do.
Do you have any stats on Jordan Shepherd as far as like Fargo rating or anything?
It's not really a thing in the UK. Is the Fargo? We have our Ultimate Pool UK rankings. So it's all the players on the Pro Tour.
Right.
And he is in the top 5. So one of the absolute very best. It's something I'd actually love to see make its way. That's a brilliant shot. And he's on this, I think. Yeah, how good is that from Jordan? Absolutely
Beautiful.
Brilliant.
He's quick too.
He does not hang around. But it's something I'd love to see make its way into the game in English 8-ball, you know, to have that sort of almost, yeah, like you say, that Fargo, that worldwide standard where you can instantly see anybody and where they're at. You know, we've just got our humble ranking system, which is pretty good. It's all based on tournament results. And Jordan's had a good run in the past 12 months.
Going with the head ball break.
Yeah, and how well's he struck that? He'd be so unlucky if he goes in off. He hasn't.
Ball's well spread again.
Yeah, tap of the knee as well from
here.
Jordan. Four-1 down here for Roger. It would be a big upset victory should he get the win here in this match. But if it is to happen, get the sense that he's got to take this frame all the way. Give himself some confidence. Because after that disaster where he made the 8-ball
brutal
accidentally, and it was pretty brutal. I think he's not seen the table, and he's lost 3 racks since. So a tough one mentally for him.
Well, he probably want to come up a little bit more, but it looks like he's going to be all right on the 2. Little stop shot on the 7, maybe? Or he's going to try and cut the 3 ball. Yeah.
Yeah, he played it nice. It was all dependent on how much angle he had on the 7 there, and he just had a little bit, but he used the 13 really nicely. This is definitely the best connection for the 8-ball. Just to dig into this a touch. I played that perfectly. Must be a confidence booster for him.
It certainly is. Better than losing 5-1. Nice run.
Well, quite. And, you know, it's a pretty big difference. That specific frame difference between 5-1 or 4-2 is pretty huge.
Swing, big swing.
Yeah. And that's just what Roger needed was a break and run. And the one thing that you will get with Jordan, especially in American pool here, he is nowhere near the surefire bet. He's almost working against himself constantly because of the conditions and how little he's used to them. He said yesterday in an interview with me, Joey, that he in the semi-final that he's not played a draw shot in the entire tournament because he has no idea where the cue ball's going and he can't play it.
Wow.
So,
incredible.
So he ran to the final without drawing the cue ball once.
Incredible.
So it's changing the way he's thinking about the game. He's having to double think and maybe overthink at times. So you get the sense that, and we saw it in the last visit to the table that Jordan had, he's been good enough to get himself into trouble and get himself out of it. But does that run come to an end at some point, and can Roger take advantage?
It almost looks like Jordan looks over his glasses on some shots, like on the long shots, but I'm not sure.
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, you can see it as he's down on this shot. He is certainly looking over the top, but his his play is so good. He's used to. He's a very, very good snooker player, which is obviously a massive table, and very handy on a Chinese 8-ball table as well, which is the 9-footers, and you've got to have your vision decent enough on those longer tables, all right.
Well, his vision may not be super bad, it may be just a little shy of 20/20 or 20/25, 20/30.
And it's all part of the enigma that is Jordan Shepherd. The dangerous thing for the rest of the field here is Jordan is only going to get better.
3 rails. Let's see. Yep. Oh, he didn't hit it hard enough.
Well, he's got sight of the 8-ball. That's where the good news ends.
Does he put a little bottom on this? Nope. Whoa. That was a fine shot. Fine attempt. He avoided that scratch. I thought, sure, if he made it, he was going to scratch, and
he was definitely worried about it. I think that's why you've seen him miss it on the thin side of the pocket here. Watch the line of the cue ball. I think if he makes that in the thick side of the pocket, I think the cue ball's in off. A really tough shot for him there. But he's not left an amazing split or an amazing leave here for Roger, who himself was close to that cue ball going in off. I think there's an argument here to maybe play safe using that cluster.
Well, I was thinking about that, but it's a pretty open table to kick at that 8-ball. Looks like he's going to try it.
You've just got to make sure you get a really, really good snooker here.
Get up real close to that 7-ball. Leave the 1 on that line so he can't kick.
Is he thinking of playing the 1 off the 8 here? Is this what he's playing?
Wow, brave guy.
He is?
Brave guy. Oh my goodness. Oh, well.
He's a braver man than me.
Yeah, he had a lot of courage on that shot.
And Jordan, in the end, just had a little bit of turn on the cue ball, not too much, and goes 5-2 in front. We've got to respect the aggression, I think, from Roger. That was hyper aggressive, I would suggest.
Yeah, that safety was not going to be easy because he could kick 1 rail or 2 rails if he didn't glue the cue ball next to one of the object balls. So
yeah, it's that sort of that balancing act, isn't it? We've spoken to a lot of players this weekend, and they see 8-ball as a very, very aggressive game. It's very difficult to play safe or be defensive, and I suppose there was definitely an argument to say, well, actually, to execute the safety really, really well was probably just as hard as going for that 1 ball down the rail off the 8-ball.
Yeah, the 8-ball almost looked like a policeman standing there up to the side, right? Directing traffic. Balls are spread well. Take solids. You got a little trouble with the 3-ball, but he doesn't take solids. Smart move.
Oh, we played to move that, I'm sure. I wonder if that 15 sneaks in.
Maybe shoot the 14, then the 15, and then come down for the 9 and bump and shoot the 10 in the same corner as the 15. Let's see what he does. Well, a little more aggressive, again, showing his nature.
I mean, we know he's aggressive, we know he's brave. Yeah, he's going to take the bank on.
Ooh, very brave. Ooh, and a good shot as well.
Well, that's a particularly impressive shot because we've seen the side pockets play a little mean.
Yeah.
But also because it's the TV table, the rails are playing really slidey, so these are tough to judge. Played that beautifully, Roger, there.
Wow, he keeps on trying to move that 10 ball.
Yeah, he's got himself a shot. He's got the combo.
That's a tough combo with that 9 sitting on the rail like that.
Yeah.
He's got to skin the 9. That's no easy job.
You get the sense of the Roger, he's not going to die wondering, is he?
That's right. We're going to call him Braveheart. Oh,
I thought he had that.
Yeah, me too.
That was close.
Yep.
Puff of the cheeks from Roger as he takes his seat.
Is there a limit to the number of times that you can ask the referee to clean the cue ball?
Well, no, because the clock doesn't stop. So essentially the rule is, well, if you want to do it, you can, but it's your own time you're wasting, essentially.
Right.
And we see Jordan do it quite. We saw it was a big feature yesterday because he was asking it on a 15-second shot clock.
Whoa! Hurry, ref! Hurry!
Yeah, he puts the referees quite under it a little bit.
Look at this!
Oh, how good
Look
is
at
this?
Not good.
Well, it's wonderful execution. It's not the best of leaves.
No. This has got to be like a toy table for Jordan. Yep. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right.
No jump cues allowed. He can curve this cue ball a little bit and spin it off that rail. I don't think he'll scratch. He'll if he makes it, I think he'll have great shape.
Yeah. It's just all your focus here is just on making this, and make it he does. Fabulous execution.
Let's see that straight stroke of Jordan here. Doesn't hit it too hard where he might scratch down in the corner. Very nice.
Yeah, that one gets a little ripple from the crowd here in Kansas City. You mentioned yesterday in the shootout that Jordan, essentially in the US, is a complete unknown, but he's going to make a name for himself. If you didn't know already, you're going to know about him. He's
true enough.
He's an absolutely fabulous player. So Jordan once again breaking head on, looking to get this match won. Race to 7.
If Roger had hit that 8 ball just now, he would have had a very good chance of getting out. Now he's got more work to do. He's got to free up that 11 somehow.
I think he can get away with not having to move it though, Joey, if he can pick a pattern. I think the 11 goes to the bottom left.
Gets past the 8 ball?
I think so. I could be wrong. Yeah, I've just seen a camera angle.
Ouch.
it definitely goes, but we won't have to worry about that. We won't get that far. So Jordan Shepherd with a chance to win the match. It's amazing how often we see that specific shot missed when you almost think in your mind's eye it's straight, and you just play it completely gun barrel straight and it goes straight into the jaw.
I wonder if sometimes, you know, we just don't find the center of the cue ball, you know, and we accidentally import a tiny bit of English and that throws the object ball, you know, just enough.
Jordan did have to bump into that 8 ball because he is solid, so that's job done there. Big issue for Jordan, if there is one, is the 6 ball.
Yeah. Light touch on hitting that 8 ball. Didn't try and bang it 100 miles an hour and move it half the table length. Now, he's got two ways to go. He can try. The most dangerous, I think, is to go 2 rails with the cue ball. Shoot the 2 now. That would be dangerous. I don't think he can hit that 12, but if he could, well, not going to see that this time. Draws it into the 12, maybe, Steve?
Possibly. And he's digging in. That's nice. This does look tight, though, to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of room here at all. No, it flew in. These cameras can be deceiving.
Yeah, and the Valley corner pockets are pretty known for being generous.
Jordan Shepherd gets the job done.
Well, that was great, Steve.
It was, and I wanted to ask you, Joe, you're one of the people who knows their onions when it comes to this game. You've not seen Jordan Shepherd before this weekend. What do you make of him?
Look out, Chris Melling. Look out, Tyler Steyer. He's coming. No, he's got a great game. And I'm amazed. He doesn't seem to have any special glasses that, you know, are designed for sports, playing sports. And he shoots exceptionally well.
He certainly does. Might ask him about that actually when we get into an interview in just a moment. Do stay with us, folks. We'll hear from Jordan Shepherd very, very shortly. Thank you, Joey.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power braking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on braking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
No, they do it in the break. What we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, the first rack.
All right, guys, welcome back. Ultimate Pool USA is live from Kansas City, Missouri for the Kansas City Open event. And this is indeed the Open. Two local favorites, David Matlock and Mike Banks Jr. And I've got Nate Kane with me here on commentary. And this is an interesting matchup because we talked about it before, maybe off air. This is kind of a Kansas versus Missouri deal, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, they're from either side of the state line here. Dave's always been kind of headquartered out of Shooters, and Mike would call the city we're in right now, Blue Springs, his hometown. He plays at a lot of different side pockets around town, but yeah, he's originally from Blue Springs, and I'd venture to say this is, I don't know, matchup 100 or 200 between these two. Who knows? So probably the first one on this type of stage, though. So
yeah, and I'm sure the locals want to see that if they could pick a local matchup that they want to see on the stream table under the lights. This might be the one, right?
No, yeah, I think absolutely this would be the main one everybody would pick, and of course the locals probably want to see it a little bit later in the tournament, but we still have that chance here. So. Yeah, so both local heroes.
Wow. That was a stellar shot there.
Great shot. You got a good roll off there to get perfect position on the one.
Well, and David Matlock taking no time to run this rack out. We're just barely under the 1 minute mark, and he's probably going to clear this rack in around the 90-second mark. Wow.
He had a great break. Good start for Dave. I know he took him a little bit to get settled in on his shootout matches. So
strong showing from David Matlock there, and this has the potential to be, Mike's a fairly quick shooter. He is a thinker, though. He's going to take his time thinking about the route and the plan. I don't think the shot clock will come into play on either of these gentlemen, but it definitely has the potential to be a very back and forth battle.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, they definitely, Mike's probably got the best of it in recent years, but I mean, they went back and forth for many, many years, and I just think that they both play very, very high offensive 8-ball, especially on the bar box. So you probably won't see a ton of safeties and either run outs or don't. Probably what's going to happen here. So
I expect to see a lot of high-quality breakouts, and whereas some of the UK guys are not going to move the cue ball a whole lot, I feel like these guys are really comfortable sending the cue ball multiple rails to get where they want to go, and if they need to do that, they will, and without issue.
Absolutely, and especially, I mean, both of these guys are nearly impossible to hook on a valley table, but especially Dave. Like we just always joke as locals, like might as well not leave him a kick. So
yeah, he kicks. In terms of kicking ability, he's going to be almost Filipino, really.
yeah, he's got that. Definitely has that ability on these tables for sure.
Well, and our first look at Mike Banks here in the open event on the TV table did not have the success that he wanted in this shootout. Of course, he had a really, really tough match. So
definitely getting better breaks on this table than it looks like they had in the last match. They struggled to break a little bit, and these guys have both hit nearly perfect breaks on both of our first 2 racks here.
Yeah, and this is a little tic-tac-toe after that first shot, opening up the 13. Wants to watch the shirt foul. Don't want to lean over and touch anything. Our referee in place to make sure that there is no touching.
Yeah, you gotta, as we kind of say over here, you gotta watch the old belly hook on this all ball fouls here. So.
Yeah, me and you both being bigger guys.
Yeah.
We are, and not only that, but me and you are similar in the fact that we're bigger, but we are also a little nimble for being a big guy. So we're not afraid to lean over the table or throw a leg up on the side of it if we needed to.
Correct, but like I said, there's a reason why I name a few of my league teams belly hooked. So. Yeah. Great position there, and tap this in. Should be good on the 8th. Looks like we're back and forth on the first 2 racks for sure. Both the hold and serve on their break, and
yeah,
they both keep breaking like this. Sorry, we both keep breaking like this. Will be a quick match.
Yeah, so there's 2 sides to it. A couple safety breaks is what I would refer to them as. A couple safety breaks. We could be looking at going down to the wire at a 5-5 or a hill even. But I don't think the time will ever really come into play. These guys are both pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
David Matlock, he's in his 70s, yeah?
I don't know. I thought he's still in his 60s. Not
Maybe
quite
60s.
in his 70s yet. But, and I mean,
Mike be close, I think.
Yeah, Mike's in his mid-30s, but he's been playing his entire life. So he's started as a young kid. His dad's actually a really good player as well, Mike Banks Sr., my favorite local to give a hard time with if we're in the pool room together. So
well, and Nate knows we were messing around a couple days before setup, and yeah, Mike Banks Sr. gives as good as he gets. He
Yes.
was having some fun with us, and to be fair, we were having some fun with him. That's the nice thing about pool players is we are universal when it comes to a little bit of back and forth and a little bit of jibber jabber, if you want to call it that.
And nobody gives it to each other better than Mike Banks Sr. and Jr. So we're kind of hoping Mike Banks is also in the Kansas City Open here. If they draw each other, I've kind of told the Ultimate Pool guys we have to put them on the stream. We'll go viral if nothing else. So. And we're going to have to mute the mics probably. So.
Yeah, and Banks Jr., of course, very well-established money player. He has no problems getting up and fighting for a stack of cash on the pool table, of course. Off the table, very, very quiet, nice guy. Don't have a single thing to say bad about him.
Yeah, and both of these players know each other well and have played each other a lot, but I guarantee you neither one of them wants to lose to each other here. So they're probably more geared up to win this match as if they played one of the European pros or something along those lines. Neither one wants to go home of losing to the other. So very competitive, and they're both great pool players as you're seeing in action here.
The thing I like about Mike is he really respects the game, and he doesn't treat it like a play toy. I watched him, actually one of my picks in this tournament, just to see her do well, is a young junior player, Jordan Helfrey. And Jordan got a tough draw with Mike Banks in the Open event. That was her first match. And she's obviously going to be a huge underdog. But the thing that I enjoyed the most was watching Mike play her as if he was playing Chris Melling.
Absolutely.
He did not give her any extra opportunities. One, because, really the way Jordan plays, he knows that if he does, she might get out on him. And two, because he just respects the game enough to play his hardest all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's one of our local race to 3 tournaments around here on a Friday night, he does not like to lose, and he gives every shot at due diligence no matter who he's playing. So.
Wiping down tape.
Oh, look, I caught the 8 there on the way in.
Yeah, and referee staff Darren here, he called it pretty quickly. Was a tough shot for Mr. Matlock here, but it didn't really do any favors with where the 8 ball is. It makes it a little tough.
Yeah, he kind of got fortunate there to get that tied up. Otherwise, Mike could be wide open, but Mike or Dave are both a favorite to kind of figure that out and find a breakout ball here. So looks like it's going to have to be the 2 on this rack.
Move. Yeah, and Mike here is on par to get out here if he can figure out the 8 ball. And that might do it.
Yeah, he might have failed perfect there, bumping into it.
Yeah, he just wants to bump this enough for the cue ball to come back out. He's not really worried about the 8 ball. Just needs the cue ball to stay available.
Looks like that'll do.
And Mike, being a right-handed player, it's not the easiest shot to get at, but he treated it well. It's going to be 2-1 Mike Banks Jr. And David Matlock surely going back to the chair and thinking, I can't do that again.
Yeah, it could be a swing wreck because that was Dave's break, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, so stole one off of Dave's break and taking advantage of the match here. Yeah, and speaking of Jordan Helfer, yeah, she's definitely one of our up-and-coming juniors in the area here. She actually is sponsored by and calls one of her homeroom one of our other side pockets in town, Side Pockets North, which is another great establishment we have here. We're fortunate in Kansas City to have 4 or 5 different pool halls with 20-plus tables, and they are full most nights. So Side Pockets North is good for an action place. So.
And we've been on for a couple days now. This is day number 2. I know you've enjoyed the festivities. I hope everybody watching on the stream has enjoyed it. Do me a favor, if you are out there watching, go ahead and share out. Tag your pool playing friends. There's a lot of action available to be seen, and we've really just about hit the middle of the pack. We'll be taking a break here in just a little while. I think we have one more match scheduled for our afternoon session. We'll take a short break and then turn around and we'll finish off with the evening session. And then, of course, all day tomorrow we will crown champions for the Open, the juniors, and the women's event. So a lot of pool left to be seen. Tag your friends. Don't let them miss out.
Yes, it was exciting last time in Louisiana we did this event to kind of watch the women's event and the juniors event, and then that 15-second shot clock hit, and it was kind of a game changer. something that they're not used to, and definitely we've seen even some of the pros kind of have trouble with that. So
yeah, to an extent, it's just I think it's more or less that it's just something new that not a lot of tournaments are running, so it changes the dynamic.
Definitely gives a very, very exciting element to 8-ball pool and makes it very TV friendly and fun to watch.
And this is
watch the
very enjoyable here. Watching these two battle it out. He left himself 50-yard line, but David Matlock is one of the best at being able to maneuver his cue ball on a tougher shot. I think he'll be just fine, to be honest.
He'll draw this one fairly easily.
Yeah.
Sometimes those 50-50 balls on this table, if you're not dead pure in the heart of that 4-inch pocket, they would definitely rattle out on you. You got to put a little English on it.
And we're going to tie it all up 2-2. There you see David Matlock and Mike Banks Jr. just trying to relax. Mike, though, may look a little tense on screen, I promise you he's as cool as a cucumber right now.
That's the same face he has on the sidelines no matter when he's playing. So he not too big for this moment here. So
frame 5. Rack 5. Break. 2 frames.
Oh wow! Well, it's a dry break, but it's really nasty. I don't know what I like. I have to like the solids, but where is your opening shot? I don't know if the 4-ball goes. Do you try a flyer on the 2 and the 5?
Yeah, I think that's kind of all he has and what he's looking at. So
he could really go. He could hit the 1 ball. I think.
Yeah,
he caught the rail first, but then if you're really opening it up for the stripes there, I think he'd like to hold that ball.
Also, carry him off the 5 is probably not a bad shot here to pocket the 1.
Maybe a 2-way right there.
Yeah, there we go.
If he misses it, he makes it.
Yeah, and in this rule set, as long as he hits the solid first and pockets another solid, it is fine here. Doesn't seem too concerned. Should be able to get into the 5 on the side. And oh, he had rail first and couldn't tell he was hooked from our angle there.
Yeah, he was just lined up on that 11 ball. Just tough enough to where he couldn't play it straight. And now Mr. Matlock has a chance to go to work.
Yeah, either player, no matter what, still has a little bit of work to do with this rack with where the 8, 15, and 2, 4, and 12 are. I think Dave probably would have liked to have felt a little better on that 14 so he could shoot it first from where it is, but he's going to have to take that 13 to the side.
And put some pace on that ball.
Yeah, 1 problem solved. And
really, he can use this just to get natural shape on the 15 to the corner.
Yeah.
I think he should be okay here. He may be able to steal the lead from Mike Banks.
Didn't love it, so he tapped it there and came out pretty good.
And that's something that you'll see the American players do quite a bit more than the European players. The European players, unless they absolutely have to, really don't like touching the balls, moving them around. I think because they know bad things can happen. American players a little more fearless in that aspect. They tend to move stuff around a lot more.
Yeah, and of course these two guys, their knowledge of it, they probably know where they're going to with it. So, where I'm just kind of hitting it and hoping I got a shot after it. So
you're winging it up. Yeah, the local crowd here has really stacked up for this match. They are 2 or 3 rows deep. sweating the action.
It's been like that nearly all weekend, no matter who's playing. A little bit slower in the morning as people were waking up, but as soon as I got out and around for lunch, we've been 2 or 3 deep throughout the entire arena. So it's very fun to see, of course, here in my homeroom to see everybody come out and support.
You see right there, Sam Henderson sweating the action.
Yeah.
And some of the other players there. And I tell you, they are stacked up to watch this one. Big break here for Mike.
Started the match with basically 2 perfect breaks, and from there we haven't seen it since. See what gets him back around to that 9 ball.
Good shot there.
Definitely some work to do on this one.
And definitely was able to squeeze that one in. It's not an easy shot. And 10 ball here again, not an easy shot whatsoever.
Yeah, just kind of lay of the rack there. I don't think he was ever going to get any better on it than right there, so good time to take it. Does that 9 ball pass? I don't think it goes clean in the corner pocket with the 4 there. It needs to break out at some point. Here it go. There's his attempt at it and got it. Good shot. See if he falls on anything.
Wow. The speed at which he hit that ball and came back up the table to break that out was pretty impressive, and he really got down on this one quick. Yeah, taking that second look at it.
Yeah, definitely like just rolling it in instead of attempting to get jacked up on this one.
Uh-oh.
Of course, it is tough from that distance.
Yeah, you know, these guys are definitely top-tier players, but no ball is unmissable.
No. Big opportunity here for Mike to kind of steal one where Dave looked like he should have been favored at it.
Still a lot of pull left. Even if Mike takes this down, it's going to make it 3-3. There's still a race to 4 at stake to be claimed as the winner. This is a big swing, though. Matlock had a chance to make it 4-2, and instead we are looking at a 3-3 situation if Mike can get out here. This is a very cookie-cutter run out for Mike. He's probably ran patterns like this a million times before.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the things I tend to mess up the most, it seems like. Whenever just don't give it the due diligence that it needs, and especially with the table like this. And these guys won't be doing that, though. So big opportunity. Mike was able to get level here instead of being 4-2 down. Dave was able to get out, so I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah, good run there. Again, 3-3. And the crowd is letting everybody know that they have an opinion. They've picked a side. You get half the crowd on one, the other half of the crowd on the other. It's a very cool dynamic here. Oh no. Shot
scratch.
right into the side pocket. That is very, very unfortunate for David Matlock, who looked like he was in control of this match just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, made a great breakout and just kind of got a distant straight in ball, it looked like. We all know we hate rolling those. We'd all like to shoot those with pace no matter what the table is on that one. So, but as I said, Mike took advantage of the opportunity. He's got another one to take advantage here and go up in this match.
I kind of expected him to roll a little firmer on that one, but I see the line now. He wants to play the 3 and then use the 2 to move the 4.
Man, he might not even move the 4 if he can get good on it. I think he was going to go up the 5 with that shot. If he can get good on the 2, then it makes the side pocket or corner available for that 4.
Still got a little bit of trouble in the 6 ball here. It's not the easiest shot to make. You need a good angle on it. That pocket only 4 inches wide. And when you have a ball blocking a part of it, it's kind of like flying a plane between two towers.
Yeah,
it's very, very tough.
Definitely can't cheat him as you normally would be able to, or roll the ball in on a normal size pocket valley here. But
he made it look easy.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, maybe it was a
little strong on the cue ball movement.
Yeah.
Not what he wanted, that's for sure.
Yeah, he probably went close to straight on this one, but he should be okay just to roll it in. And I mean, they don't roll anything in hardly, but he'll slide over for that 4 on the side. Oh man, he did not. He wanted to catch that on the back side of that 12.
Now this isn't necessarily bad, other than the fact that he's on the rail. This pocket plays real big for Mike to bank that ball.
Yep, absolutely. You're going to hope you don't hit off the 8. Probably don't want that one moved, but off the 13, a little wide.
Yeah, had an opportunity, but not a hanger for any sort, but definitely had a bigger chance of making that ball on the 1 rail bank shot. Matlock here wants to do something with that 13 pretty quickly. Doesn't want to leave that as his last shot.
Yeah, looks like he's chasing a breakout angle on it. Might just have to lay up and take the bank shot at some point. Oh, wow. Missed the ball. He might give Mike a chance at a cross bank, it does look like. And Mike is actually a fairly accomplished 1 pocket player as well, so Dave as well. Double kiss. Oh, wow.
Watch out.
Didn't quite cut a little too square for to hit the fluke in.
And now I think this really lays up well for Matlock to be able to squeeze the 13 in off the 4. Beautiful little shot there. I think he wants to be straight on this ball. It's going to be a little tough to get there from this angle. Well, he helped his case there, I think.
Yeah.
Moved the 4 closer to the pocket, so it's easier to get the carom into the side pocket there with the 13. And great shot there.
Very good to hold position on that 8 as well. That was a little tricky.
Yeah, he got a little fortunate with the good bump. Could have been bad. But David Matlock goes up 4-3 and has control of this again. If you look here, David Matlock looking very, very strong. So look at this. We've got some live scores from the winners round 1.
Oh, wow.
So Josh Stone taking a loss to Scotty Bowley, 7-1. Some names that jump out for me: Ashley Dinsmore and Chase Stumfull. Ashley, coming all the way from Ireland, takes a tough loss. A hill battle between Brandon McLeod and Dustin Cook sees Brandon take the winner's side. Of course, Mike Banks Jr. and David Matlock playing now. Amy Beecham and Sam Henderson coming up next. Del Sim and Robert Hartzell. Del takes it 7-2, and an absolute great finish for a match for Kalen Bowl. Is that right? You call him Cal, right?
Cal Bowl, yeah, Kalen Bowl. And looks like John Herbach, which is Caden's father that was on the stream earlier. It looked like he took a win 7-3 there. So John's also a good player in his own right.
Yeah, Cal winning 7-0 on his match. Yeah. It's a great win. Lots of action going on the outside tables. If you're anywhere in the area, not just to come by and check out the matches in the arena, but come sweat the matches on the outside as well. Look at this break here. I mean, really absolute great break. He's got a little bit to work out. And he's going to have a shot on the 14 that plays towards the 11.
I think he probably has enough room. Doesn't need the breakout on the 11 there, but yeah, just got it in between. Perfect.
And this is a pretty easy run here. What we like to call a road map. Just hop in the car and drive. You already know where you're going.
Yeah, my GPS jams up a few times on these road maps for me, and I don't quite get out as much as I'd like to. But
what a great shot there by Mike. Really played that one well. Well, once again, we're all tied up.
Yeah, you guys go back and forth just like you predicted at the start of the match there, Steven. So still hoping for that first 6-ball shootout here. So that'd be great if it was our two locals here. So
the 6-ball shootout is definitely something that you want to watch because it is a treat to watch it. For the players, maybe not as much because it is very, very tense, very stressful. And neither one of these players, I'm sure, wants to be in a 6-ball shootout.
No.
It is possible. It's 4-4, a possible 5 wrecks remaining and only 27 minutes left on the clock. I think they'd have to slow down to a very slow pace for that to happen. Tough break. He made an absolutely great break. Hardly any balls on the table, but oh man. And that's the second or third scratch for David there.
Made too many object balls and the cue ball included. That's never a good sign. Play this off the 12.
And Mike did designate the solids, even though he made one of each. This 5-ball is going to get a little tricky here. I think he's just going to play the 7 with some good follow.
Yeah, it does look like it goes both ways past the 12 there, so.
Maybe didn't have the angle to follow as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, it does look like it's a little off, but just going to take his medicine, roll it in, and take the thin cut and head up table for that 3-ball.
Yeah, just obviously wants to make the ball, but watch the cue ball here because this is going to determine whether or not Mike gets out.
See if he has a pocket for the three.
I think it goes down there in the bottom left.
It looks like it, yeah.
And promotes shape to the 8-ball. Doesn't have to do much.
Always seems the better the player, the better it rolls when it happens to touch a ball they didn't want to. So,
yeah, my biggest thing is I just love playing a great player who also gets the rolls.
Yeah.
Not only am I the underdog, but the aforementioned pool gods just aren't taking a liking to me.
yeah, I feel like you usually even out, and it's funny. The more you practice, usually the better rolls you get. So,
this is true. Both players, very, very. I bet Mike's a good poker player. He doesn't give a whole lot.
yeah, he's been known to bet on a thing or two outside of pool every once in a while. So,
yeah, he stays very, very locked in. Like you said, he's going to make the same face in the chair the entire time.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Confidence is something that no player can have enough of. Spoke with Chris Melling in an interview earlier, and something that he said that kind of jumps out at me for Mike Banks is sometimes the better players, when they know they're playing good, they tend to try to intimidate their opponents, maybe not on purpose, but just by being stoic. And,
right.
I think Mike Banks does that a lot. If I'm sitting in the chair across from him and I look over and he looks the way he does, it is a little frightening.
Yes.
Not only does he play good, but he has no emotion whatsoever when it comes to sitting at the table. If somebody's joking around, having a good time, I feel like maybe they're lackadaisical.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll make a mistake, but Mike does not look like he's here to make a mistake.
Not often, but if he does make one, it gets an unfortunate roll. Sometimes he'll let you know it. And so,
yeah.
But he does really good, always locking back in. Once he gets another opportunity at the table, doesn't let it carry over any frustration, and just kind of plan on getting out and running out. So,
well, and here's maybe a little bit of frustration. Blocked the ball he wanted to shoot. Now he's going to be forced to shoot the 15. It's not a lot of angle, so he's going to have to send his cue ball towards the pocket. Don't think it'll scratch, but it's definitely not what he wants to shoot at.
Right, yeah, he should be able to get a decent angle off this by rolling it in on decent angle on the 9 to get up above the 10 and shoot it down in the bottom left as well.
And if Mike's able to win this rack, that's going to put him on the hill.
Yeah. Almost got him with the shot clock there. Got a little jumpy with that, but drilled it, jacked up, straight in ball. It was a great shot, even with the shot clock bearing down on him.
Yeah, and that's a very good shot here. I think he's going to play the 10 in the bottom left and let the cue ball just drift into the 4 ball.
Yeah, held perfectly for it. Great out there, but Mike.
That was really good. Just needs to give this shot the due diligence it needs. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Anything shorter than this key there, I mean, better than always make that.
Mike Banks makes it to the hill first. And David Matlock in a little bit of trouble. Needs a couple good racks just to make it hill.
Yeah, he needs to get that break sorted out here. He's been having a rough time the last couple times. So,
well, and that'll be the story if Mike Banks does win this match here in the next game or two. Of course, Banks Jr. from Blue Springs, Missouri, which is where we're at, and one of his accomplishments among many, Missouri State 9-ball champion.
Yeah, he actually won that one. Sorry to interrupt there, Stephen, but he actually won that just a few years ago, and that is one that he was on his bucket list of tournaments. He had entered it many times and gotten top 3 finishes, and he just still came short. And that one really meant a lot to him, that Missouri State 9-ball championship down in Springfield, Missouri, which is another one of our test session areas and league homes there, ran by Doug Burnett, who's here doing cue work for us today as well. So Burnett Custom Cues out of Springfield, Missouri, but yeah, Mike really enjoyed the fact that he won that tournament a few years ago.
Yeah, and again, I said among other accomplishments because he does have quite a few. I believe he just snapped off the Music City Open.
I think he was
Music City
second to that. I think didn't he
was
finish?
He? Oh, he did finish second.
Yeah, I think Hennessy did get the double dip on him, but
yeah, we saw Jonathan Hennessy in the Louisiana Open. But you know, that's a strong tournament. One of the oldest tournaments in the United States is the Music City. Great event, and Mike Banks placing very well in that one.
I know the name of the tournament is going to slip my mind here, but I know he ran a pretty big one a couple months prior to that out in Colorado as well. So
he's Stevie Chen Memorial.
Yeah, that was the name of that one. Thanks, Steven. Yeah, him and I had a conversation a couple weeks ago. Said he's playing some of the best pool of his life, and that's saying a lot for him. He's, like I said, despite a young age, he has been playing his entire life. So he's probably getting close to 25 years in the game.
Yeah, you know, for as long as I've been playing pool, I should play like him. But I just not quite as good as these guys. I hold my own a little bit. But when it comes to the top tier class, these gentlemen right here are amongst those names.
Yeah, well, you and I probably had G.I. Joes and other toys in our hands. Mike Banks Sr. had a pool cue, and Mike Jr.'s here. So he's literally been playing his entire life.
Uh-oh. Did he get there?
Looks like he did from his body language there. So
it does look tight, but yeah, you're right. It does look like he got there. Not by a ton. Mike Banks Jr. on the verge of sending David Matlock to the other side of the bracket, where he'll have to fight for his tournament life. Mike Banks Jr. goes on, and David Matlock goes down. What a match, Nate. I'm glad you sat in with me. It was a very enjoyable match, and I think we're going to get a word from Mr. Mike Banks Jr. right after this. Stay tuned, guys.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back to the arena, Ultimate Pool USA fans. Mike Banks Jr. just had an immaculate match with David Matlock. This is kind of a rivalry between you guys. Nate was telling me he's more the Kansas City side and you're more the Missouri side. You guys have played a ton of times. I mean, how many times do you think you guys have played on the bar box?
Oh, 100.
Yeah?
At least. Yeah, we've played a lot. My whole life.
And it's close. It's got to be close to 50-50 on that, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. He probably has a lot more than I do.
When Dave's been playing for a long time, you've been playing for almost your whole life, right? I know Nate said 25 years, 35 years, something like that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's incredible. So your break seemed to be working, and Dave's didn't. He had several scratches on the break, and that's huge for you because you play so well on the bar box. Did you change something from your break from maybe the shootout?
I just kept moving it until I found a spot, and then I found it. So
that's
he
good.
dry broke a couple times, so it was beneficial.
Well, you played really, really well. I mean, your break started to work, and you're on to the winner's side. Do you know what? Are you going to change anything? Are you going to eat food? What's your plan right now?
I'm going home to take a nap right now.
Well, that's good. Get your nap in. Mike, thank you so much, and congratulations.
Right on.
We have more matches coming up here in just a minute. Amy Beecham and Sam Henderson. That's going to be an incredible match. We'll be right back.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Mike Johnson, Carpet Direct, Windows, Floors, and Decor, KC. We're here fitting the carpet for the Kansas City Open here at Side Pockets, Blue Springs. Wish everybody to have a good time and good luck.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Mike Banks Jr. moves on, and our next round here, two more players that want to move on. We have Sam Henderson and a player that I'm not 100% familiar with. This is Amy Beecham. She is part of Team England over for the England women's team. Is that correct, Cleve?
Yeah, that's correct. She is a multiple event winner on the ladies category. This is the first year that they've introduced the back in the UK the Women's Pro Series. Yeah, she's ranked number 1 at the moment on the rankings in the women's pro series. I believe she's won 4 world championships now back in England.
So she's a very accomplished player back home.
Yeah.
I spoke to her a little bit yesterday, or maybe the day before, and just asked her how she was getting along on the tables, and she seemed pretty happy with the way the tables played. The differences didn't seem to really hurt her that much when she was practicing. She's a pretty storied player. She's seasoned, right? Experienced.
Yeah. She plays amongst men's teams as well back in the UK. Like sort of like a local club team, you're gonna call it.
Yeah.
And she's played amongst like very high quality players as well. So she sees the shot. I wouldn't want to draw in a game.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a good matchup. The thing with Amy on this one, obviously, as you can see, she's got a snooker cue.
Yeah.
A Chinese 8-ball cue. Obviously, she wants to be familiar with the stroke that she's used to. And I gave her just some advice, really. She asked me earlier on, like, how's the table like that? I go, just treat it like the UK table, the arena tables that we played back in the UK, because the arena table in the UK compared to the outside tables is different anyway.
Yeah.
But it plays kind of similar to the UK tables, just a slightly bigger pockets, and obviously you got to just work with the ball size. But apart from that, in terms of the speed of the table, she should be fine.
Yeah. Well, and she took a tough miss on the 15 ball. I think one thing that she'll need to adjust here in the next, hopefully, the couple shots is simply she looks like she wants to kind of tap everything in, and I think that's the biggest difference between the UK and the US is. There, it's because the cue ball is quite a bit smaller than the object balls. Yeah. It's more of a tap, tap, tap.
Correct. Yeah.
And here, it's just not like that.
Yeah. So with American style pool, the dynamics of it all is that most of the shots that in American pool is like a forward motion shot.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's either a stun or you spin it off a couple of rails, etc., etc. Because the cue ball's smaller than the object ball, we play a lot of stuns and draws.
Yeah.
Or in the UK we call it screwback shot. And the reason, one of the reasons why is because
wow,
that's a great shot there.
Look at that shot there.
And it's actually got shape to actually go into the 9 ball here.
Fearless.
And he wants to go. I think he wants to go directly into it rather than go into the rail and go into it. Because he coming from that angle will be a better. Yeah. See, and that's the problem. That's the problem right there. He should have gone straight into it rather than use the rail.
Yeah, and Amy, while she might not be as used to the tables, she is going to be able to see the pattern here, and I think she's going to get out.
Yeah,
I really do.
And I think the right shot to play is naturally you want to leave the 9 ball last, but I think she's going to play the 15 last. So take this ball now, or either. I think she should have taken this now, in my opinion.
With the way the 12's sitting, I actually like taking the 9.
Yeah, taking the 9 ball now first.
But because there, she didn't really do herself any favors.
Exactly that. So she should take the 9 first, and then.
But I mean, this is a pretty straightforward shot.
Yeah.
I don't know how she's going to shoot it, just because I'm not sure what she's comfortable with.
And I think she's hit that bit firm because she wasn't comfortable with just sort of doing the tap shot.
And that's okay. That's okay for now.
Yeah.
She's still getting used to the table. Yeah. This is the first rack. But I definitely think she's not going to want to tap, tap, tap. Putting a little bit more pace on it is not a bad thing. And so that's a good shot there. Yep. And Amy here, really starting off well against Sam.
Yeah, so she steals that one, and that's from, you know, I'll say just a lack of, in my opinion, on that. I'll say lack, just the wrong way that Sam went into the breakout shot.
Yeah.
Rather than come off the side rail and into it, I think he should have gone straight into it with the draw shot.
Yeah. Well, and you know, we saw Sam a lot in the shootout, a player that you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Sam played very, very well against you, and then he continued on and played very, very well against Justin Bergman.
Yeah, he played really well, and you know, albeit Justin had what, 3 scratch breaks or 2 scratch breaks in the dry break.
Several dry breaks, his braking was not working. But so.
But obviously Sam had to do what he had to do, and that's what, you know, that's what you hope for when you're sitting in the chair. You hope for a scratch break or a dry break.
Wow. I tell you what, Amy had a great break there.
Yeah. If that 5 goes past the well, actually no, it's
I like the stripes
anyway. Yeah.
But she doesn't have a great opening shot.
No. So this is I think either way she don't have a great opening shot. So the only one that looks readily available is the 4 ball.
I think she sees the 15. I think she can see the edge of it. So if she can make the 15, yeah,
that's good.
And now the 14 is there.
Yeah, that's good.
And then she's got a couple side pocket shots of it. She really has a chance to clean up right here.
Yeah. You know, just mind your work. Make sure you don't kiss into the 5 ball when going up the table.
Yeah. She's going to take her time here, and I really like that for somebody who's not used to the balls, the tables, the equipment, and then on top of that, the arena, the lights, all that. She may be more used to that, but maybe not in this setting.
Right, exactly.
I like her taking her time and really just, assessing the table each time. It's a very smart move. It's a very seasoned move.
Amy should see. I would have taken the 13 here. Play a soft draw or stun, then taking the 10 ball and kiss into the 1 ball for the 9 ball last. But you know, she's got to make sure. See, now this gets a bit fringy. She has to play. She's gonna have to play a shot here, and that's why, you know, it's a different stroke. If she would have taken that 13 ball into the top right, then it would have been dot to dot.
The good news is here, if she just shoots the 9 to the side and she stuns up table, and the important part is going between the 7 and 1.
Yeah. The 7 and 2 is the important part. Like not yet.
Yeah, the stun up between the 7-2, and then making sure she's on the far side of the 1 ball. She doesn't want to be.
She's okay. She'll take that. She'll take that.
And that was the big part. She didn't want to be under the 1, and that's a shot that maybe she's not used to.
Yeah. I think what it is with our ball different size is that naturally she wants to aim to the extreme side of English.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do in England. But to get the same sort of spin and your rails conditions is different. You don't have to have put extreme side.
Yeah.
You know, you can work the inner clock, what we call it, the inner face clock, and still get the same action.
Whereas you guys are working a tip or 2 tips out.
Well, we work in the outer clock to get the same effect as your.
We're only working a half a tip or a tip.
Right, exactly.
So
and a lot of that is to do with the rails. Your rails are the dimensional rails. Our rails kind of go straight up from the slate to the top of the rail. It's kind of like
almost a curve.
Yeah,
right.
It's kind of it's almost it's kind of straight up.
Whereas ours come to a point.
Right, exactly.
So the reaction off the rails is largely different than what's in the UK. When you go and watch those tables, guys, if you watch Ultimate Pool over in the UK, the first thing you're going to notice is the rounded pockets. But something that you may not notice is the rail dimensions are different as far as how they come up off the table, which create a different effect.
Yeah.
So
exactly that.
I'm hoping I get to come over there.
Yeah,
soon.
You'll have a ball. You'll have a ball. There's so many players, you know, at the same standard of Chris and Jordan. You know, you got Tom Cousins, Stevie Dempsey, Phil Harrison. There's a multitude of players who are just natural curious. It's just all about learning the dimension of this. But she did start off well there. in this rack. Another dry break from Sam. So, you know, this is kind of an important frame, an important rack right now. You know, if Amy can get the 3-0 lead somehow, that's a great knock. That's a great combo.
For somebody who's not used to the table conditions, that shot was incredible.
Yeah.
That's a very tough combo to play. It's not one that many people are going to take on.
And I don't think she can, well, is she looking at going second side rail and putting the 13? I mean, this will be some shot here. Nailed. And she's still not in position. I think she may, the camera angle's deceiving, so she may be onto the 12 ball into the side pocket. And looking at the body language, yep, she is. But what's the cue ball going to be doing?
If she,
that's a brilliant touch. And to be fair, that's nicely rewarded because she's done some good shots. And yes, she needed a bit of luck. She did get luck the first time round, and she needed to do another good shot. And now she's in position to run these out. So she's making a stamp on her mark here.
Well, let me tell you, if she gets out here, this will be the out of the day.
That's a great shot. That's lovely. She just wants to play this with a lot of run inside, we call it. So run in English, or you know, inside English as you guys call it. We call it run inside. So just a trace of it. She needs to really. Nah, and that it's a tough shot when you're playing it soft, because the ball will square up when you're playing inside English, and she's feeling it there. She knows that's one of us could get away because she's had a chance to get a 3-0 lead, and she's biting her teeth there a little bit. Hopefully she can get that out of her head.
And I think that right there, that shot, that was probably one that what we call is not giving it the respect it needs, or not giving it the due diligence that it deserves.
Yeah, I think she did, because it's just one of those ones. Again, playing inside English, it straightens up the ball a lot, so you got to kind of like overcut it, if anything.
So what we refer to that as throw.
Right. Okay.
Left English will throw the ball right. Right English will throw the ball left.
Exactly.
So you have to actually miss the ball in terms of aiming, and let the throw carry it into the pocket. That was a good shot by Sam, using all of the pocket. It didn't do him any favors with where he kicked the 15.
No, I mean, he's actually put Amy in a spot here, because Amy had that 15 available, and now he's just knocked it into a safe position. So he actually can probably pass the turnover, which he has done. As he left side, nope. See, he's got a double kiss, and he's kind of fluked a snooker, really.
Now let me ask you this, just because I'm looking at the score and I'm looking at the time, and I know about how long Amy's going to take to shoot shots. Same with Sam. If this goes to a 6-ball shootout, do you think Amy's comfortable with it? Oh, wow. Look at the fluke.
Oh, wow. To be fair, it's like fluke, ain't it? You know, it's return of fluke. And Amy takes a 3-0 lead. She apologises, she puts her hands up. And if I've got to be honest, and this ain't nothing biased, she played some good shots there. She kind of deserved to win that rack, you know. Okay, yes, she did it just to throw on the was it the 13 ball, or whichever ball it was.
Look at this, the kiss off the 8, and it. What's funny is it just lines up the 8-ball shots to make it very easy.
Yeah,
that was
She landed plumb on the 8 ball. That's what we call it. When you land perfect, we call it plumb.
Well, I'll tell you, may not be the way she intended.
No,
but she did make that ball, and It's a big game there. That's a big swing, 3-0 from 2-1.
Do you know what? That was a well-controlled break. They kind of split it, but nothing down.
So back to my original question. If this were to go to a 6-ball shootout, how comfortable do you think Amy would be on these tables? She's done the 6 balls before.
She has done it. I know she's not one of the quickest in the UK. She's not the slowest in the UK in the women's section. And it's funny because, like, you know, there's unless you're an established player in the women's section, the time difference are very, you know, wide. Yeah. And obviously Sam's probably not done one unless he's done one in practice I don't know nothing about. I would hinge my bets only because I know Amy can actually just take the one quick practice stroke.
Yeah.
From what I've seen of Sam, he reminds me of Tyler Steyer in a way. Yeah, but quite methodical.
Yeah.
In his pre-shot routine.
He is very methodical.
You know, gets into the stance before, and you know, chases angle, gets into the stance. You know, walks into it, etc. So where Amy is, she can kind of like poke the ball.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, we're 3 racks in. If Sam were to win the next 3 in the same amount of time, we'd be sitting around the 20-minute mark with a race to 4, which is very, very possible in that situation where a 6-ball shootout it's relevant.
Yeah. And when's it's a 50-minute match? So when's the timer go?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. The timer will drop to 15
So it's the same as the 30-minute match clock.
Yep.
Oh, he's missed that bank.
Yeah, he caught that one kind of head on, almost a double kiss.
Yeah, I think he quitted on the pace of it.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like don't want to hit it too hard, but don't want to hit it too soft and got somewhere caught in the middle.
And Sam, who, while he didn't make it into the finals, he was definitely one of the big stories of the shootout yesterday. He really played phenomenal and took down some big names, and you know, really carved out his own story.
Yes, definitely
in the shootout.
He's definitely a kid to watch, and I hope he. You know what I find in you know my experience of Paul, there's many great junior players, and they've won titles as a junior, etc. And for whatever reason, they don't make the transition into men's level. You know, progressively. That's a good shot.
Yeah,
that's a very good shot. I'll tell you, Amy's she's finding her stroke there, and you know she must be feeling confident, like being 3-0 up, and you know she's accustomed to this environment.
Yeah. She's not afraid of the arena. No. She's not afraid of the lights.
No, she's accustomed to this environment. So make no mistake about it. The only thing what will just be Amy's downfall, if there was going to be one, it's just the experience of the table and the balls, the dynamics, basically.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit too. I spoke to her. So we exchanged socials, and I saw one of her reels that she posted, and she had taken just kind of a wide shot of the room here at Side Pocket Blue Springs, and she said, "I can stay here forever."
Yeah.
So she's really loving the journey.
Yeah.
And she's having fun with it. She's having a good time. She likes being here. So that can play into that comfortability, you know, when you're experiencing something new.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's familiar.
Sure.
Sometimes that gives you a burst of energy, you know. And so she is making some pretty nice shots here.
Yeah, she overstroked that one down the rail. I think it was the 14 ball down the rail. She's overstroked it and she's left herself high. She's trying to block the path of the 8 ball. She's done enough to block it. It still probably comes off the 12 ball maybe. But
I actually don't like shooting the 5 here. I like using the 5 to get to the 8 ball.
Well, I think he's going to. It wouldn't surprise me if. Well, actually, that's the right shot. Actually, I think he's going to probably try and kick the 8 ball out, guaranteed to be on the 4 ball, or maybe the 3 ball.
Yes, yeah, I like the 4 and just dragging out for the 3. Yeah. I think leaving the 5 for the 8 promotes for the 8 ball, but he's just going to bump the 12.
Yeah, that's a clever shot. That's actually a clever shot.
Yeah.
You know, because actually, even if he messes up on the shape at the top end of the table, the 8's wide open now.
Yeah.
Where he had to probably transition to the 5 to get onto the 8. Oh, was he done here? Was he done here?
Don't do it to him.
Was it? Oh.
You couldn't get much closer
No,
than that.
no.
Oh, wow.
No. Oh, so just a sign of, you know, maybe a lack of concentration there.
And that's something that you know, he just kind of overcooked it a little bit.
Yeah, and it happens. You know, we all been there where we've played a shot and we just probably over-timed the shot. You know, and you know instantly. You know, you're like, oh, I've hit that well. So just a simple what looks to be. He might just draw it or just stun it dead, and yeah, he's fine there. So he gets his first rack on the board. Sam Henderson, he's trading three racks to 1.
So here's an interesting dynamic, something that Amy may not be used to. Sam, this is in an area where you might consider him a hometown kid. He's not from here, but he's got the hometown fan feel. So and Amy's Amy's kind of playing the villain here, not by design, but just by proxy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one thing I've noticed about the time that I've been playing pool in America.
Oh, and look at this. Just to mark on this. So again, Bettendorf, Iowa, not too far from here, and updated bio 2024 Kansas City Shootout semifinalist.
Yeah.
That's a nice little accomplishment to throw on your reel there. Oh no. Okay. He came out okay.
Yeah, it's a cut break, and he's put in a few balls, but he nearly scratched, but he's got kind of nothing.
4 balls in the break, wow.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch ball here now is the 4 ball into the top left corner. If he makes that ball, then this should be an out.
But yeah, so Amy, you know, playing a little bit of the bad guy here. How do you think that may affect her, just because 1, she's not from the USA, and 2, the crowd is clearly on the side of her opponent? How do you think that might affect her? Is that something that she would worry about, or is she just going to play through it?
She'll play through it. She, as I said, she's been in this situation many times. I mean the team events in like the World Championships, most of the time throughout the history of the years, they've always been held in England. A couple of times, you know, France and Ireland, etc. So it's always a big team dynamic. The verbals are always out. It's part of the kind of culture, etc. You know, the cheering on, and she'll be fine to that. You know, because we're always playing different nations. You know, her being an international player. So
yeah,
she'll be fine out there.
Yeah. So what time is it? It's around 3 o'clock or so. Yeah, maybe later.
Time is
3:30.
Yeah, 3:30. Yeah.
So it's about what is that? 9:30 over?
Yeah, 9:30.
So if you're watching in the UK, because I know we have some people sweating it from the UK. So it's right close to getting that time. Wonder how many of those guys are going to stay up to continue watching.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the close of play tonight is what, 10 o'clock?
Yeah, I think
roughly.
We're usually out of here around 11 o'clock, depending on how late it goes. Oh no,
he's got fortunate. He has got fortunate.
And he can just see through there.
Yeah. He's had 2 lucky well, he's got a bit of a blind cut, and he's kind of hampered. He's half hampered over the 10 ball. He still should be okay. He is right-handed, so yeah, he's going to be hampered over it a little bit.
Great shot
he's
there.
nailed it.
You know, something about Sam, just his demeanor and the way he plays, his ability level at 17 years old. He reminds me a little bit of the path of Skylar Woodward. I know you're not super familiar with Skylar, but Skylar is, he was a junior player. He was probably the best young player in Kentucky for a long time. Sam, I feel like, is going to take that path as well, especially if he continues to get better, because he's already really good. Skylar's one of those guys that's a mainstay on the Moscone Cup team, and I could see Sam Henderson getting to that range. Because he's so young and he's learning so fast. It's only a matter of time before he catches that next level.
Well, just there, Amy has sledgehammered that break, and I believe the 7 ball goes just past the 10 ball. So it's all about whether she fancies that combination, the 13 to 14 combination, and not losing the 13 ball. So it's just preference here. But that being said, she hasn't really got a stripe to look at, to aim at, so it has to be solid here.
Yeah, the stripes are where you want to go, but the solids are where you have to go.
That's a good cannon as well.
That's really gonna open them up.
So I said cannon. You guys say
Karen or kiss.
Kiss, yeah.
Little kiss off the ball.
Yeah, that 7 definitely goes looking at the camera angle. So she's in good shape.
This is close to what I kind of predicted earlier. We're slowly moving towards the 20-minute mark, and this again, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could dip into that final 10 minutes where that shot clock drops down. Sam dealt with it pretty well last night. I don't have an insight as to how Amy is going to deal with it, but I feel like she's probably got to be comfortable with it. Yeah,
she's comfortable with it. Yeah, she's comfortable with it. She looks relaxed out there right now. So, she's taking the time. She's doing her pace. Her normal sort of. She ain't changed her time around the table. You know what I mean? So I think here it's just don't be cute. Just leave yourself a pot and trust your cueing.
It's such an interesting dynamic when we talk about a player from the UK playing a player from the US, because the US players know the tables, the UK players know the rules and they know the format and are used to it. So it's really kind of...
That's a great pot there. She's done that absolutely on the button.
It's really kind of a who can figure out the other part quicker situation when it comes to that kind of stuff. Amy really on a roll here. She's going up 4-2. And
so she's travelled over with Ashley Dinsmore from Ireland.
Yeah, Northern Ireland women's team.
Yep, so she's
Ash Dinsmore looking on. Look at this. From Nottingham, England, 5-time women's world champion English 8-ball. Also the 2023 Ultimate Pool Ladies #1 ranked female player.
Yep.
That's pretty strong there. And it is nice to see Amy roll over here with a friend of hers, and Ash Dinsmore. She's playing in the ladies as well. Yeah,
Ashley's Dinsmore. She's playing the ladies. She comes out to the US quite a bit for other reasons, etc. And she just said, "Why not?" And
there we get a good look at Ashley. Maybe texting friends back home, letting them know how Amy's doing. And Sam's going to break here. And Sam with a break here and able to make a ball. Everything's kind of, there's nothing really tied up. but it's not the prettiest layout. The 14 ball is going to be tough. The 1 and the 2, if he's not going to take the solids. He's got to take the stripes here, but the 14 ball may.
I'm surprised he's not drawing this back to get onto the 14, because if you play the draw shot there and come back a foot, you had the 14 in the top right, and that was your problem solved.
Actually, looking at it right now, the camera may be a little deceiving. I think that the 14 will slide right in between the 3, 11, and past the 10.
Okay.
But we'll know for sure here.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
No. Did he try to? So if he's,
I think he overcooked it to shoot the 14 in the corner.
If that 14 don't go into these corners, then he's missed a trick on that first ball he's taken.
And Sam here down 4-2, and he has a chance here to make it 4-3.
Now I'll be looking to play the 15 ball first into the bottom right, and just sort of screw in between the gap between the 3 and the rail. Come on that side, and then you got the 14 into the top right, and then and go from there again.
Well, again, the more we talk and the more these games go by, the more we're going to discuss the possibility of what's could be inevitable come the time that this 6-ball shootout. We've seen 3 in Ultimate Pool USA history. One involving yourself and Tyler Steyer. That's probably, at this point, the most famous one, because Tyler put up a great time, and you came in and just didn't get the break you wanted.
Yeah, I should have been though. I should have beat him. I should have really gone to a 6-ball shootout. But that's another story.
Tyler played it well.
Yeah,
and he got you that time.
Yeah.
And the other one we've seen is Shane Thompson and Corey Deuel, which again, Corey put up a great time, and Shane came in behind him and slashed it out. We've also seen in the women's event, we had 2 ladies go at it. Brittany Williams ended up taking down a 6-ball shootout in Louisiana, but that's the only 3 we've ever seen.
Right. And I'm expecting at least one this weekend.
In a situation like we saw last night with the shootout, the 6-ball shootout in the shootout format is very, very possible.
Yeah.
And we didn't see a single one last night.
No.
So, with the time running down the way it is, there is a possibility that we get there on this match. Especially if Sam continues to run out.
And I'm going to be hypercritical on this one. This is all down to that first shot. And he actually had another shot, and he still didn't see it. And he'll probably, if he ever goes back and watches this rack, we all do it. Why did I take this ball?
Yeah.
Or
I could have taken this differently and made it a little bit easier had I done it this way. It's definitely something we do now. However, he's very aware of the rules, and he's definitely going to send the 8-ball for a ride, which he did. It didn't work out to his favor, and here we go. Amy Beecham has a chance to go up 5-2 on Sam.
Yeah.
The balls are all sitting pretty well.
Yep.
She just needs to stay in line. And that's that right there, that little bump on the 1 ball.
Yeah, see, I mean,
that's not what she wanted.
And that was the English instinct.
Yeah.
Which it took me a little while to, we would have played that shot to move the ball into play, whereas,
great
shot. You don't need to move it; it goes down the rail. So it's just little things like that, just trying to transition our mindset. If you don't play American style pool because of the equipment, etc., on a regular basis.
Well, she played a great shot there to get back into line.
Yeah.
And that's what we see a lot with players is when they get out of line, they tend to try to overcompensate to get back into line, which it's a ripple effect. You get more out of line and more out of line to the point where maybe you make your last ball and the 8-ball is just in a ridiculous spot and you miss the one that counts. Amy did a great job of getting back into line immediately when she had a little bit of a bad bump. So
it's very important that she gets over to the left-hand side of the table. Nothing for short, everything for, She's okay. She can just
something that you guys don't do a whole lot on this shot right here. I'm just going to put a ton of inside on the ball.
I play it, but I actually prefer in this shot here. If you've got a bit of nervous energy, just send it off 2 rails and just take your medicine.
Take your medicine.
Yeah, on the 8.
And I think that's what she's going to do.
Yeah. Exactly that.
And worked out well for her.
Just watch out for any scratches, you know.
And we just dropped below the 19-minute mark. If Amy continues on this path, it might not even get close to relevant. As she takes the 8 ball down, the score is now 5-2. Amy Beauchamp.
And, you know, obviously she's playing Sam Henderson. And she, you know, everybody knows who he is. He put up a great performance in the 6-way shootout. Nobody would have seen Amy play at all. You know, being in the arena, and you know, Sam's 5-2 down, and I'm sure everybody's going to be sitting in their seat thinking, "Oh my days, she can shoot. Who is this woman?"
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing. If there's anything I can stress to anybody over in the UK that's watching right now, you got a dip of it. Shane Thompson got a dip of it. Obviously, Chris Melling's been over here several times. But for players who may have never been over to the US to play pool, guys, if you're a UK pool pro, make the jump over here. Come play just one time, because you will gain fans.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, the people over here, they've been nothing but great and respectful, and they're very enthusiastic. The enthusiasm to the passion to the game.
Yeah,
you know, everybody will come and talk to you. You know, and interact, and you know, they want their case signing, you know, their playing ball signing, shirts, you know, selfies. You know, this is something that I don't do. You know, I'm just a regular Joe in the UK. You know, I'm not the same, you know, name like Chris Mellon or anything like that. So it was kind of like alien for me when it first happened in the Louisiana Open. But now I'm kind of like just accustomed to it. But I'm still shy with it, but like I know what's coming.
Yeah, well, just like Sam Henderson, for anybody that didn't know Sam, after last night's shootout, you now know who he is, and you probably have a lot of respect for his game. Amy Beauchamp really having a good showing here. She's not out of the woods yet, because Sam Henderson has the ability to win this match, no doubt about it. However, the performance she's put on so far in this match has been nothing short of stellar.
No, exactly. So I think we got probably maybe 2 more racks. Sorry, this rack and maybe another rack before it goes into a 15-second shot clock. But a surprising miss there, and maybe Sam's just feeling the heat out there. Maybe this is the first time. I think. Well, respectfully, I think, you know, he's always won his matches when he's in front.
Yeah.
And when he was with Chris was well ahead.
Yeah.
And it looks
the pressure kind of got to him.
Yeah, and it could be like the same story here. So does he handle the pressure, being behind and being able to grind your way back into the game? You know, take one frame at a time or one rack at a time. So some players don't have that. They're great front runners, but they're not good at.
I wish I could answer that question. I don't have enough experience with Sam. I can tell you, not watching the match, but I can tell you there's been plenty of times where I've pulled up a bracket where I've seen Sam Henderson's name, and I've seen him win some tough matches that were nail biters.
Yeah.
And that's the same type of pressure he's under right now. Yeah. So a Hill situation is very similar to the situation he's in now. Yeah. He's down big, and he knows how important it is. So I have seen him in high pressure situations come out as the winner. As far as, you know, being down and making a comeback, if you will, I can't speak on that.
Sure.
But something that me and Steven talked about last night is, in America, I like to play the one-word game. You pick one word to describe a player. So for Amy, my one word would be comfortable, because she really does look comfortable out there. in an environment that she's not used to, she looks comfortable. But my one word for Sam Henderson last night was composure.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that Sam showed more composure all the way through the shootout than any other player that played last night. I mean, he really controlled he controlled the arena.
Yeah,
really.
I got what you're saying.
So
I think yeah, Sam. Actually, two players probably would have been Sam and Ricky.
Ricky Evans, yeah. And both who went out in those semifinals matches.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic seeing Sam miss that ball, and that's if Amy were to win this rack and then eventually win the match, Sam's going to look back on that ball that he missed in this rack and say, oh, all I had to do was make that ball.
And I think she has the angle just to stun over and take the 8 ball into the bottom right. So I think she's got the right angle. Yep, she's looking at it because the 8 ball doesn't pass into the bottom left. So she takes this 13. So there's a cut shot coming now. And she's nailed that. She's hit that absolutely plumb.
Well, Amy Beecham really showing the comfortability on this table.
Oh, she's going to make a name for herself now.
Yeah, if you didn't know who Amy Beecham was, again, that's what this weekend's been all about.
Yeah.
Finding new players, seeing new talent that maybe you haven't seen before. I've seen new players that I've never seen before.
Right.
And a lot of the fans have too. So this has been a really exciting weekend, and there's still more to come too.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking forward to the next few events over here, sort of thing. Later on this year, hopefully should be. And I don't know who's going to be coming over, what etc. But just seeing. Now with Amy coming over,
who decides to dip their feet in the water and come over to the USA, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And Amy and Ashley coming over from the women's sector. It might be. Listen, we all got to talk about flights and accommodation, cost effectiveness, etc. Obviously, that's going to play a part. But the desire to think, oh, you know what, I want to spin in that. It looks fun out there. So hopefully, it's going to give that international flavour of overseas players for you guys, because we have a few overseas players back home in England. We've got people from Morocco come over, France. I want to say we've got Jake McCarthy, who comes over from Australia.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit. And sorry, guys, I'm going to name some names that maybe you guys don't know. But in the first event, we saw Christophe Lambert. We saw you, Shane Thompson. So that's 3.
Darren Appleton.
Darren's a pretty well-known name in the U.S. I'm not going to use him or Chris. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
So, but now we fast forward to this event, and we have Amy Beecham, we have Jordan Shepard, we have Scott Rudder, who's just a local guy to your pool hall. We have Mark McGoley, we have Joe Prince, we have Ricky Jones. So lots of UK players making the trip over here. So we went from, we'll call it 3 to about 10.
Right, exactly.
And this is only event 2. So I expect when we announce our next event, I'm not sure where it's going to be at, but I expect that we may have even more players from worldwide come over.
I totally agree with that statement. So Amy just missed a 10 ball down the rail. She missed it by quite a bit of a way, so maybe just a bit of twitch here and there, but Sam's on the chase now, and this is where we're getting close to the 10-minute marker. So he's trying to probably think, I want to speed up my game now, because I'm 6-2 down to have even a chance in those 10 minutes remaining, where it's going to be a 15 seconds per shot.
Oh, what a shot that was.
Oh, that's a great shot, and Amy's tapped her knee as a sign of acknowledgement. So he's still got to deal with that 8 ball, which is completely tied.
Well, here's what I like for the 8-ball, and it's a little out there, but I believe that you can kind of push the 8-ball in between those two balls towards the side pocket. But he just bumped it. He didn't need to.
Yeah, he didn't need to. As he got shape on this 7, and he puts his hands on his head, and that tells me that he's not on the 7 ball.
I think he's. I think he doesn't have the angle, and I think he's going to have to go rail first or kick at it. He almost made a kick like this last night.
Okay.
On the 8-ball.
He's there.
Get it in there.
He's there.
Wow, what a shot.
And Amy's tapped on the again, so Sam's ramping up the gears here. So again, another key shot. It's got cued as well. And we've got just a little above 10.5 minutes. He's called his extension. Yeah.
Wow, what an out by Sam Henderson. You can't stress enough how great of an out that was.
And I like the way he punched that 8-ball rather than, you know, it was a pressure 8-ball. And I prefer, me personally, I prefer kind of like when it's in that kind of situation, so the cue ball's just a few inches off the rail.
Look at that kick. And the fact that he was able to hold shape for it. Yeah, it's hard to control that and then just smash the 8-ball in the pocket. Wow.
You know, he punched that 8-ball into the pocket rather than just roll it.
I think Sam's admiring his handiwork watching the monitor there.
And Amy, she's still going to be in a comfort zone. She's going to be thinking, make a ball off the break, because she can control the time. Oh, she scratched. Yeah, she didn't want that. So she didn't want that at all. It's like make a ball of the break or not scratch. That's 2 scratches in a row, I think, from Amy.
And she had a little laugh about it. She got 2 really bad kicks there. The 13 and only 1 kick, but the cue ball was headed towards the side, and kind of really didn't help her. And I think now Sam knows where the time is. I think he's looked at the time and he says, you know what? I have to get out.
So it looks like he's going to probably play the 4-ball off the 6-ball.
I like him to play the 1 off the 6 here. Super thin.
Does that go? Okay.
Yeah, it goes.
Okay.
It's a very thin, but it promotes the 6-ball moving a little bit more.
Right, okay.
He may not, though. We are down to 15 seconds on the shot clock, guys. Strap your seatbelts on. We're going for a ride in this match. This has been one of the best matches of the tournament so far.
That's a good shot.
And here, the 4-ball into the side pocket doesn't help his path.
So he might play this with a ton of left-hand side.
Oh, don't let the time get you, Sam. Oh, he just goes to the corner. What a shot.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
This is getting intense, Cleve.
Yeah, he's ramping up the gears. And he knows he's got the next break. And, you know, Amy's going to now be... She's not going to be comfortable in this position at the moment because she's watching Sam pump up the gears, his pace around the table, and there's still adequate time left to... She's probably thinking, okay, she needs to win, or let's go to a 6-ball shootout. And she taps the knee again. Me personally, if I was Amy, she ain't got the next break, but she's got the break at what's it now, 6-4, so this could be 6. So she's got the break at 6-5 if it goes to 6-5.
Yeah.
I will be doing a soft break.
Softer break,
yeah.
Make the 3-point.
Yeah.
Which, guys, if you don't know, there is a 3-point rule in place, but it's a little different than what you might expect. So there's an imaginary line going right across the side pockets. You only need to get 3 points, and any ball past that line is a point. Any ball made is a point. So you can kind of soft break, get a ball in, get 2 balls across the line, and hold control of the table. Now, what happens if they don't get the 3-point?
So the person who did not break has the choice
option, right?
Yeah, of to breaking themselves or making the person break again. And another reason why I think Amy should do a soft break is because she scratched twice in a row. So she's going to be.
It's going to be in the back of her head.
Yeah. So just play it safe and control the time. Now the table's a bit messy. It's okay. It's a little bit messy, but not super messy.
Well, I think Sam's about to blast this open right here. I really do. Oh, he played it a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, well,
he's holding the breakout for a better shot.
Yeah, I mean the 14 already goes anyway, so it's only the 15 ball he's got to break out.
Well, and so right here, if I'm Sam, obviously the 15-second timer is still running, but if I'm Sam here...
Oh, has he pointed himself? Is he on the point?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
If I'm Sam here, I calm it down a little bit. Obviously, the 15 seconds is still in play.
Yeah.
But the way he ran that last rack out, he could have given himself an extra 30 seconds along the way.
Yeah.
Now that the score is 6-4, I think it's important for Sam to not super rush his shots that might encourage making a mistake.
Yeah, and the thing about it, to play, and I agree with you, because you might get one rack where you're rushing shots and you make the out, but to do that over 3 racks in consecutive order, it's actually harder to do, to play super fast for 3 racks in a row. So at some point, the chances are, if you are shooting fast in 3 consecutive racks, you're going to make that mistake. So, like you said, slow it down a little bit, but at the same time, and he needed a bit of luck there, and he's not got it. So Amy's going to be, unless Sam makes this ball, I'm going to expect Amy counter clearance for the game. So he's going to carry him off the 2 ball. And just gets his luck there. And
is he going to get a little fortunate here?
No. I mean, this looks, barring a miscalculation somewhere along the line, just got to be careful of that. Okay, so be looking to take the 6 ball last. Just float this in. This is all about pace. And just call extension. This is all about pace. So float it in, top rail, with a bit of. She could probably play it just natural, to be fair. But this is all about the how thin she hits it, and she's got a squeeze there, and
so Sam Henderson again. What an immaculate showing here. It looks as though Amy Beacham's going to take this rack. And I got to say, for her, welcome to the United States.
Definitely.
This is a welcoming party for Amy Beacham. And she's just 1-2 shots away from taking the win here against a really immaculate Sam Henderson.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough how incredible this match has been to call. The 8 ball is going to go down, and Amy Beacham is going to take the win. Stephen Wyatt, Cleve Thompson on commentary. We're going to get a word with Amy here in just a moment. We'll be back in just a minute.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Welcome back, arena side in Kansas City as Amy Beecham takes down Sam Henderson 7 frames to 4, or 7 racks to 4. Sorry, I'm getting comfortable in our Englishness, Amy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a brilliant performance. I want to ask loads of questions, but I want to just start with how good that must feel. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, look, I've loved every minute of being here, and like my goal was to, obviously expect in the women's to try and, if I could, get through and see this. Like I've said to you, I'm obsessed with these lights. This arena is amazing, so it's a really motivating factor to try and want to get out here. So to do it so early and then actually play well, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, and you look totally at home. I mean, we've seen you in plenty of big arenas. I can't imagine it was too big an adjustment, but it was a very partisan crowd, and I'd imagine that played into your match a little bit, because obviously Sam's a super player. He's a pro on the 9-ball side of things. Still just 17, but he doesn't play like one.
No.
So did you almost feel coming in that this was almost a little bit of a free hit for you?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the Open in general, obviously playing, and I mean, even in the women's coming here, not played this style of game before, not knowing how I'd adapt to it. Obviously seeing Sam yesterday get to the semis of the shootout, and obviously a phenomenal player, I thought, all right, I'm probably going to get battered here, but I get out to go play in the arena and see what the table's like, and watch someone that knows what they're doing firsthand, because I know I've managed to pot the balls, but anyone that plays this game is probably looking at the patterns and going, what are you doing? So yeah, just happened.
I think you've been a bit hard on yourself, because you took out some brilliant finishes in that one. I always got the sense, and I said this to you the other day when we chatted, that this sort of table and style of match would probably suit your game. You don't mind a long pot, you cue the ball beautifully. Is that how you're sort of finding it so far?
Yeah, look, I've really been, you notice a few, like when I've tried to screw back, not really happen, like you really have to concentrate on your cueing, and that's really what I'm thinking about, is like cue the ball properly. And I think I did early on in the match, first frame, I sort of feathered a few and I'm just hit the ball properly, and that's what I'm concentrating on, and I just love it. Yeah, really enjoying it.
It's been a fantastic run for you. Obviously a big win.
Yeah,
we're going to see you on here tomorrow, you reckon, later on this evening?
I'd love that, but who knows? Every game's different, every game can go a different way, and Sam's not had any form off the break really, and like even the couple I've gone in off left awkward almost like makes him go, because it's such an aggressive game, and then they're tricky and they're hard, and then I get to come with the open space, so a next game could be complete reverse for that, so who knows? Who knows?
I wanted to ask you before I let you go about your equipment, because I'm sure plenty of people will be wondering. This is the first real time you played American pool, I think I'm right in saying, apart from maybe a knock down the local back home, but this is an altogether different sort of mode. You've got to take it seriously. What are you using? What have you managed to find?
Currently, the break cue is like me and Ash kind of collectively bought a group of cues. I thought we'll just see what happens. So the playing cue I'm using is just it's a Woods from the internet, just I think probably a machine built for Chinese 8-ball, less than 100, I think like $90. The break cue is a Sports Direct Special, which people in England will obviously know.
I don't even know what the US equivalent of that is.
Obviously not knowing, for the first time, knowing how you'd adapt to it, how you'd enjoy it, I wasn't going to go like mad on anything, but I've loved it, so who knows what the next cue will be.
Well, we've loved watching you, mate, and you are into the next round. We hope to see you back very, very soon. Congrats on a big win.
Thank you.
And we're going to let you go and hand the mic off to our friend here, Stephen, because we've got a little bit of wrapping up to do. Well played, champs. Steve, that was some performance from Amy, wasn't it?
Look, I'll be honest, I sat back there and watched, and I haven't watched Amy play a whole lot. She's gained a fan in me and probably a ton of other people, but off the top of my chest, hats off to Sam Henderson. He played phenomenal, and to go from 6'2" with the crazy kick on the 7 to 6'3" with the speed run all the way up to 6'4", I really thought we were going to see a comeback, and so hats off to Sam. He played great, but congratulations to Amy. She was incredible to watch.
Yeah, another one of those matches where we can safely say Paul was the winner in that sense, but how impressed were you with how Amy held it together at the end there? Because all of a sudden, big lead, and she's done brilliantly to get there, but as you mentioned, Sam comes running back, the crowd's up, you could feel it in the arena. I was out here watching, there was a lot of pressure on Amy's clearance, and she held it together beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not out here. I'm a little bit further back, but I feel like you could probably cut the tension with a knife. Amy played so well to come back in that spot. And she overall, she just looked comfortable. And comfortability is everything in pool. If you're comfortable with the table you're on, the environment you're in, that's where you're going to play your best pool. And it kind of goes back to what we talked about last night. This may be Sam's area, but Amy's extremely comfortable in this arena.
Absolutely, and she played beautifully, and she's into the next round of the Open. And of course, she is still going in the Women's Open as well. Maybe double bubble for Amy Beecham here in Kansas City. Who knows? Plenty to get excited about. We're going to be back at 7 o'clock local in this evening session, as we're going to see 4 matches from the winners qualification round. Plenty to get excited for, Stephen, as we head into the evening. And it's safe to say this day is just starting to come to the boil a little bit. We saw a few what you'd call maybe squash matches, early round matches, where we see some of the early tournament favourites really show their strength against some local players who ultimately just didn't quite get going in their matches. But now the matches are getting closer and closer, and as we progress through the tournament, that gap is going to close.
Yeah, so it's like a boiling point. We had some matches where we saw some great pros come out here and really demonstrate why they are the best. And then I think the turning point was watching Dave Matlock and Mike Banks Jr. come out here and give the local crowd kind of a fight there. That was a great match in what it was, and then we go straight into Amy Beecham and Sam Henderson. But the crazy thing is, there's more to come.
Yeah,
and that's where it gets exciting, because we're just starting to boil, and we're not done yet.
Absolutely. We're just scratching the surface of this Open Championship, and later on tonight we will go into the depths of it, into the winners qualification round. In the meantime, enjoy the break. We'll be back with you 7 o'clock Central, and as the Kansas City Open continues.